Misadventures of Kahori Harukawa on twitch.tv/homohome2093 is brought to you by the Okami Roho Free Company of Coeurl, the pack that's got your back. The Misadventures is broadcast live and free to over 1 countries and territories around the world on twitch.tv/homohome2093 and is a designated non-spoiler stream. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. You're tuned in to the Misadventures of Kahori Harukawa on twitch.tv/homohome2093, brought to you by the Okami Roho Free Company of Coeurl, the pack that's got your back. My name is Bongo Boy Pongatoi, the gift that keeps on giving. This is Endwalking with You, Day 9, part of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. This is going to be a special episode in which we do quests from the Studium, which is quests for crafting and gathering. We're going to do as many as we can, skill and resources permitting. So this is going to be a mega live stream because our intent is to play each and every one of these quests from start to finish. If you like what you see in this broadcast, please be sure to hit the follow button on your Twitch player. This is going to be archived in its entirety on YouTube, so if you didn't get to see a single bit of this or all of it, you can watch it in its entirety on demand on my YouTube channel under my IRL name, Joran Salazar. Right, Bay, you ready to get started? Let's get started. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and start with Culinarian and head over to the Studium. Get started. I'll be doing some narration to show you that, but we will see if we'll get some narration done. Yeah, but we'll be doing narration because this is these are special side quests for the Studium. Well, we're gonna go ahead and get some narration done. So you're gonna be seeing my dubious narrating voice full front and center. This is Day 9 of Endwalking with You on Final Fantasy XIV Patch 6.x on twitch.tv/homohome2093, a designated non-spoiler stream. Greetings, madam. I'm Devoy, a student of the nutritional sciences from Professor Gavroche's research laboratory. Excuse me. At your service. If I'm not mistaken, you're the culinarian who has come to us by way of Key Aleppo's introduction, yes? Wonderful. I would very much like to request your help with a certain... Oh my. Forgive me, my stomach is not entirely at its best. Professor Gavroche bid me try a sample of the newly created comestible, you see. Tastes and the texture. Oh dear. Perhaps you should just experience it firsthand. One mouthful is worth 1,000 words and all that. Pray join me over to make this meat, and I can initiate you in the wonders of experimental foodstuffs. Thank you ever so much for coming. Let's set the table for you, shall we? On first expression, it seems to be an ordinary loaf of bread, yes? Now, try a slice. This flavor is skin chewing on rotten garbage. Greatly transform the sensation of nausea. Possibly the worst thing you've ever eaten. Doesn't it taste awful? Because it's a perfect meal. Flavor is irrelevant. Professor Gavroche, I wasn't... Well, the very concept of gourmet cuisine that all manner of unhealthy excess, too much salt, too much sugar, too much fatty content, 100% upset by this obsession with taste. My love, we're living so hard to produce will contain everything necessary to sustain an adult body when efficient, easily consumed serving. As I said, the perfect meal. Professor, I might introduce... By Thaleg, all this time wasted on idle chatter. If we are ever attain true perfection, then every spare moment must be spent upon our research. Your task was to improve the penalty digestibility, was it not? Let's begin on with it. Swift, sure, efficient. You must excuse the professor's brusque manner. It seems eccentric view in which your science was practically built upon the foundation of that man's research. Surely you heard of the Invest Archon. It was Professor Gavroche who proposed the recipe. In case I do apologize for sending you such a foul-tasting creation, I need you to understand the gravity of the situation. Last stand, I shall offer you something to cleanse your palate while I more fully explain the issue at hand. But you can see I shall be with you in a moment. still have an appetite? When I'm studying, usually working in the kitchens. At one, there's a dish I devised myself, using the knowledge required about food and flavor. Enjoy! Incredible. This tongue has been purified by some divine nectar. I'm so glad you liked it. Did you use it to kill up starfish cooked in deep with meat sauteed with butter and olive oil? Steam in white wine, but you must take care not to overcook it at this point. It's about breaking shells, people living time, cooking rosemary, but making the oven stay heat. Not too hot, of course. Then thank you. I'll take your word for it. My apologies. You notice cooking is something of a passion of mine. Which brings us to my present problem, the reason I so desperately require your assistance. Began with the age of the forum, contacted Professor Galbrush, speaking control upon his wisdom, natural expertise of his research facility. It was simple. They wished him to invent a singular meal that provided all the daily nutrients a person needs to survive. Best intend to develop a food supply for emergencies. It's the only condition posed for that it be possible to prepare this miracle dish from ingredients readily available in Labyrinthos. First part, the professor threw himself into work with routine intensity, using archon loaf as a base to devise a new type of bread, the most recent batch of which I inflicted upon you earlier. The loaf was ever praised for its flavor to begin with, since the more nutrients you pack into the mix, the more revolting it becomes. Some volunteers have been known to retch up the contents of their bellies after choking down a sample. Suspecting the difficulty with the dish was to blame, Professor Galbrush asked their work on making army easy to stomach. But the fact is, it simply tastes terrible. Can you imagine if there was truly some emergency forced to live on Panelov alone? People would survive, of course, but gods would they wish they hadn't. To make matters worse, the professor seeks gourmet cooking as a wasteful abomination. If the foreign does his recipe, there's very real chance he might champion Panelov not only as a candidate for emergency supplies, but as a new nationwide food staple. By and large, Sean's prepare meals that are easily prepared and easily consumed are more flavorful, but less time-efficient culinary efforts. Scarlett's busy with their research for self-serve sandwiches more often than not. And that ambivalent attitude towards food is exactly why I feel this horrible bread might actually be accepted into our everyday diets. Charlotte and myself, I never had much interest in fine dining, but I dished the last stand, so an entirely new world had opened up before me. We discovered that a course in nutritional science would get access to vast repository and information, recipes, and ingredients, so I enrolled as a student at the Students' Faculty of Medicine. Their approach to food preparation was pretty academic, utilitarian, reason that if I was to learn anything about gourmet cooking, finding employment here would be the surest route. But in fact, I was on the brink of abandoning my former studies altogether when this request came in from the forum. I love refined foods, nay, as a person with a functional tongue, I'm compelled to prevent this crime against cuisine from entering society in its current form. Fortunately, I have the opportunity to prove the panel's flavor under the guise of carrying out the professor's instructions. It will, however, be exceedingly difficult to enhance the taste without sacrificing any nutritional value, just considering my lack of practical experience. My theory is sound when it comes to technical expertise. That's, my dear culinarians boy, I need you. You just had help. Please, I beg you, come and see me and make us meet. Let's back to the studio. Ah, there you are. Can I assume this means you wish to aid me with my panel of predicament? Charlene's larders must be saved. Then I gladly accept your assistance. Praise the scholar for bringing us this savior in our hour of need. Oh, Dimby, I just realized. How could I put you through all that and ask not your name? Well then, Kahori, I look forward to working with you. Faculty of Medicine student deliveries unlocked. Under deliveries, Faculty of Medicine in the studium. Speak to Troy to learn more. Let us get straight down to business, shall we? The main problem with panel lobs is that the recipe calls for a wide variety of wholesome substances, resulting in an extremely eclectic and subsequently extremely disgusting mixture of flavors. Now, I've managed to bake a slightly less repulsive version by adjusting the balance of ingredients, but the taste remains indistinct and unsatisfying. Need seasoning of some kind, and badly. To that end, I put together the recipe for a sweetener using those materials which are readily available in Labyrinthos. Not in any amount which would contradict our healthy and nutritious mandate, of course. Cooking the sweetener itself is a job for the experts, and so I'd like to entrust it to you. Very soon, we will have taken a first step to making the panel halfway enjoyable. Faculty Medicine deliveries are now available. By delivering the requested items to Roy and raising yourself in her esteem, you can assist her with her mission to turn panel to a properly perfect meal. Well, let's go ahead and head over to the main square. We have all this. So we need 4 garden beet sugar, 1 lime basil, and 1 light gerbera. That's the panel of sweetener. Now note, all of Kahori's crafters and gatherers are at 90, and a number of her classes already have the strongest gear possible to an extent. Recipe with sweetener is giving you trouble, I hope. I'll wait to see how it turns out. Each faculty of the studium has a list of requested deliveries. Deployed, the Faculty of Medicine will accept items from alchemists and culinarians. The items requested will vary according to your level and may be gathered by any of the corresponding classes. The esteem gauge will build with each successful delivery. Build the gauge completely and your esteem level will increase, allowing you to progress with the story. Student deliveries take the form of collectibles, and you're able to submit multiple items simultaneously. Items with a higher collectability do not result in a larger increase of esteem, but you'll receive greater rewards upon delivery. Thank you, Kahori. After trying a little taste, I can safely say that you've managed to hit the sweet spot. Not overly mild, not overly rich. In making your first successful delivery, you have begun to earn De Broy's trust. Deliver the items De Broy needs and deliver them often to improve your standing with the Faculty of Medicine. With your sweetener to the mix, I went ahead and baked a second test batch of panel loaf. Result, well, I took some samples over to the last stand for the customers to try. And said the taste was passable, which is a significant improvement over the nausea-inducing richness of the original recipe, so I hope a little sweetness was instrumental in tying the myriad flavors together. Here being a little sweetness, we will want to go overboard and endanger the nutritional balance of our perfect meal. Well, I'm told we're on our regular side of steel today, and now with the decidedly particular palate, why don't we head over and ask for an impression of our second batch? If I may ask, what do you think of the bread, sir?
Not bad, not bad. I get the flavor of passing grade. The texture, however, needs some attention.
Ah, the texture.
It's not overly noticeable, but it's so simple. I don't want too fierce slices. I fear your mom might begin to struggle with somewhat dry and powdery consistency.
I had not considered that. Thank you for most valuable insights, sir. We will certainly keep that in mind for future batches. Well, that was a much needed reminder. In my rush to enhance the flavor, I neglected to account for changes in the texture. The sweetener must affect the consistency of the dough. Nothing is ever simple, is it? Maybe the texture will be your next test then. I'll get the problem some thought, and then we can work together and agree on the solution. You've delivered the requested items. Esteem level increased. De Broy now considers you a reliable baker. To reduce her efforts, she now considers you a reliable baker. Oh, Kahori, my partner in panel of improvement. I've been researching the subject of texture and think I found the cause of our pottery problem. The answer lies in the yeast. Seems the sugar content of the sweetener weakened its usual effects, preventing the dough from being fully leavened. It means that if we create a yeast more properly suited to sweetened dough, our bread will be as moist as we care to make it. Knowing, however, is not quite the same as doing. I understand the basics. Formulating yeast from scratch is rather beyond my current abilities. Once more, I must call upon you to rise to the occasion. Sorry. Student Deliveries for Debroy has been updated. View the new list. Speak with Debroy. No need to worry about that. We're gonna head back over to the main plaza. This time we are making jars of Panalov yeast. Just as a reminder, just some news to tell you. Maki Harukawa and Alba Suzukaze have both left the Deep Graphic Company of Genova, and it's for this reason. The FC is effectively a broken husk. All the other members have left or are inactive. As a result, Maki and Alba decided we do not want to keep necroing this dead FC, so they have decided to depart. They are planning to head to the Materia data center. The world they will be going to is called Sophia. So there are 5 worlds in the Materia data center, all based on monsters, based on primals from HEAVENSWARD. So that is going to be what they plan to do. We're hoping that maybe sometime next Tuesday or Wednesday we'll be doing some side quests, probably as Alba, ahead of Valention's Day. So she'll be doing some questing from the new Materia data center. That's pending that there aren't any name conflicts with the move and there aren't any other snafus. So let's take a look at the recipe. We need 4 palm sugar, 1 amra, and 1 lunar tender blossom. It means 24 pots of palm sugar are going to be needed. The retainers have already completed their ventures. Hopefully at the conclusion of this quest, we're going to go ahead and attend to them. By the way, a little bit of info on the Akamiro Free Company of Coeurl. We are located in the Goblet, Ward number 20, plot number 30, Coeurl World in the Crystal Data Center. We are actively recruiting new, experienced, and returning players. We have a guest book in the front lawn with a link to our Discord, so you can apply and check us out. We are the Okamiroho Free Company of Coeurl, the pack that's got your back. I'm afraid our bread will never be all that can be. We can solve this yeastly dilemma. Okay. Try this. Now that is some potent looking yeast. Trust me, the hours spent staring at such things during my studies, the quality is obvious. Thanks to all your hard work, the third test batch of Penelope turned out just as moist as we'd hoped. And all without compromising the original integrity of its nutritional content. It was well received with the clientele at the last stand. Even our difficult to please regularly gave it its seal of approval. Would, however, like to hear the opinion of the, to my knowledge, foremost gourmand in Charlayan. Speak of Master Dickon, the owner of the last stand. Everything I know about gourmet cooking, I owe to that man. Come, why don't we go and see what he has to say? Master Dickon, what do you think of the third batch? Aye, it's a decent loaf, alright. Certainly for crap what you started with, that breakfast sample tasted like a sponge pushed just out of a sewer ditch. But you have your new friend to thank for this sudden leap in progress. The boys' efforts made all the difference. I couldn't have done it alone. Without your practical plans, I would still be stuck daydreaming by the oven. With me, you still had work to do. We warmed up the taste of texture, but there's no aroma. It needs a savory scent to draw you in, set your mouth to watering. So it isn't smelly enough. The road to gastronomic excellence is never ending, seems. As what takes to earn your full approval, then we must bake on. I remind old Mervyn. He was full of build the space and dedicated his life to bringing fine food to Charlayan. The life I did for truly accomplished such a goal. The last stand passed on to me. Even now, gourmet cooking remains something of a foreign concept in this nation. It's the kind of place where puffed up experts like a professor label the nutritional excrements the perfect meal, as if anything with such a revolting flavor could ever be deemed perfect. Listen, the last stand was named so for a reason, a agricultural outpost. The final defense against those who condemn Charlayan's dialect to blandness and monotony.
If you share Mervin's dream, if you do, then I implore you to carry on his legacy.
After hearing what Master Dickon has to say, I'm more determined than ever to make a truly perfected panel of. As before, allow me some time to coagitate on the problem, then we can see about adding a tantalizing aroma to the next batch of bread. You have delivered the requested items. Student delivery complete. Esteem level increased. Your boy now considers you an indispensable baker. Your boy is delighted with your efforts. She now considers you an indispensable baker. I think I have it, Kahori. A method to infuse the panel up with a more alluring aroma. The key to is to blend a more fragrant oil into the dough, which will not only lend our bread a lovely scent, but also improve its savory flavor. Oils and fats need to be kept to the absolute minimum, of course, so we'll need a variety that provides the greatest effect for the smallest amount. A basic idea of a low-fat aromatic substance might be achieved, but oil will go to help with the blend process support to make it. Sorry, that was terrible. Student delivery commenced. The student delivers list for Dubois has been updated. To view the new list, speak with Dubois. It's now time to get some panel of oil. You know what that means. It's time to head back to the square. And of course, on her shoulder is Medion Bluebird, witnessing Kahori's budding artisanship. Going to require 4 perla oil and 4 grade 5 mined alkahest. But first, let's go ahead and assign some ventures. Fragrant oil! That'll be the secret ingredient of fourth and hopefully final test batch. Hold on, we have to go ahead and empty out. See how many currency we have here. Oh, we can go ahead and get the next one. Gracious me, that smells incredible. I'm actually drooling. Once you work that aroma into bread, people will be lining up to try a slice. We've done it, Kahori. The aromatic temptation of our fourth batch has proven irresistible. Last 10 pages have been started placing orders for us to bake more. Happy coincidence, the new oil is pumped to pump up our loaf until it resembles a small scrumptious cloud. I will measure the fat cut to just the case and be well within the accepted parameters. Surely now we'd achieve true bakery perfection. There's one more way to find out. Let's head over to the cafe and ask for Master Ticken's verdict. Please, Mr. Ticken, don't leave us in suspense.
This is unacceptable. I cannot have you baking bread that's more delicious than mine. You have done yourselves this time. Full marks.
Yes. Now that you have the Master's unconditional approval, I'll let signals an end to our testing process. We make a wonderful team, Kahori. How disappointed to find you frittering the hours like this, and here of all places. You set aside my assignment and digestive issues to pursue the true art of gourmet cooking. I'll not deny it. This is exactly what I've been doing. Let me tell you why. The problem panel was never a difficulty with digestion. It was the awful taste that was making people feel ill. Lest you believe our efforts were in vain, I asked to try a sample of our fourth test batch. I think you can find the flavor much improved. Nay, I have no interest in your Monday consistent flavor. The very subject sickens me. Well, do however analyze the nutritional value of much improved panel. We shall see if it meets the criteria for a proper meal substitute.
I must worry the poor test batch is a failure. It is sorely lacking in ascorbic acid, a vital nutrient a prospective meal replacement must contain. Deficient levels of ascorbic acid lead to outbreaks of scurvy. It is an illness which often afflicts sailors on long sea voyages. It can also be prevalent in times of famine and hardship. Citrus fruits are effective measures to combat scurvy. One can always provide fresh supply of oranges with lemons. As such, the meal of choice is one which readily fulfills that role. Or succeed in adding this nutrient to my original panel, and prepare to make my submission to the forum.
But the acid, how did you...
You expect real my techniques to watch so bluntly disregard to my instructions? I'm sorry, Mr. Boy, but you're hereby relieved from your current duty.
So be it. I'll pick our version of panel without your assistance and submit the recipe as a contender to your own.
contest, then. And may the best bread win. However, in the event your recipe fails to God's first favor, I receive discipline for misuse of research funding. Your punishment will be exposure from a research facility, nay, from the studium itself. Professor Galvaros, if you shows intent on ruining my employee's future, then I'm entitled to a question or two. Watermill told me the two of you were once classmates. More than that, you were good friends. So I'd like to understand, why do you hold so much hate for the thing he held so dear? Robert was an exceptional student, but he threw away his academic career for the love of a well-made meal. The cafe he built, the incessant taste testing, more excuses to indulge course after course of going food and drink, was reckless pursuit of that passion which sent him to an early grave. Your fine dining is a curse, full of the mind of a brilliant young man, slew him as surely as any slow-acting poison. Now, you have nothing further to say, I must return to my research. Swift, sure, efficient. Indeed, the Professor and Reverend were ever acquainted, let alone classmates and friends. At least now I understand why my actions upset him so. If we're gonna give up, for the sake of Charlotte's Billy's, you must help me with the foreign's minds. The crusade for culinary quality continues. Thank you, Kahori. I should forget this issue with ascorbic acid, and then we can start a test batch number 5. Although, next time we get a proper name for a panel. I nominate Mervyn Bread in honor of the Last Dance partner. Let's get the oven heated up and show the person what we and our loaves are made of. Delivery requested items did delivery complete. Esteem level increased. The boy now considers you an irreplaceable baker. Floors overjoyed to effort. She now considers you an irreplaceable baker. A new quest continues to destroy the faculty medicine not available. Upon its completion, the student delivers list for the boy will be updated. As Professor Galbraith pointed out, our Mervyn bread cannot be considered a perfect meal until we load it with a sufficient quantity of ascorbic acid. The problem is, all the citrus fruit varieties grown in Lebanon thus have distressingly low values of this key nutrient. This has something to do with how the fall sun cannot entirely replace the effects of natural sunlight. Thus, for persist, we are likely to improve the Mervyn bread's levels of ascorbic acid simply adding a labyrinthose orange or two to the list of ingredients. But the professor claimed to have managed the feat. The question is, how? I doubt that. Single-minded though it may be, the professor is not a man to bend the facts when it comes to scientific method. I think Marty extracted his own source using elements extracted from the available materials. The process he employed, however, is a mystery. It will take me months to research a manufacturing method from scratch, but we cannot allow the professor to submit his panel unopposed. We need to consult with another expert on the subject. Ratzahan is the home of alchemy, and one of its noted practitioners, Mr. Jalvaz, is the nearest leading authority on nutritional science. I've never had the pleasure myself. Perhaps he will ascend to an audience if we show up on his doorstep. The new ether allows us to travel to Thavna directly, so that should save us some time. Let us be swift, and sure, we may have to work on efficient. I feel sick to my stomach. But is nothing compared to the nausea I suffered at one bite of the professor's panel of... Come on, we'll find Master Jalvaz in the city proper. So this is the fabled city of Rajasthan. It's even more vibrant than I imagined. Yes, this is my first visit to Thavnar. To be perfectly honest, this is the first time I've ever left Charlayan. What have you, Kahori? Have you been here before? Then you can lead the way. I've studied the layout of this place from top to bottom on parchment. At first, I'd probably get us lost before we take intense steps. The documents I've read mention Master Jalvaz's affiliation with the High Crucible of Alchemia. I wonder though, the man should be getting on in years, and he may very well be retired. Anyway, it's somewhere to start. Let's head there now and see if he's still in residence. The person accompanying you by the side in order to proceed with quest objectives. If you are arrived at a different area, put too much distance between you or speaking with her and select the option. Part ways. You have to verify me again, return and speak with her at the original location. Let's go.
Elvaz? Never heard of the fellow. He may have worked here once, but I know no one of that name among my present colleagues.
I suppose he is retired after all. Actually, concerning his age, there is no guarantee that the man is even... Well, let's assume he's still among us for the moment. Shall we continue our inquiries in the floor below? You looking for a Jalvaz, the alchemist? That would be my great-grandfather, but it's been some time since he last worked here. Your great-grandfather, he was a great man. He is! Over 100 summers young and still going strong. As a prominent scholar in nutrition and health, he's always practiced what he preaches. Why, he's even spry enough to visit the tavern from time to time. You head over to Marid's Mehan, you make chance to see him there. That's wonderful, thank you. I'm very eager to meet him. There you have it, Kahori. Our next dish is... oh dear. If our travel did not agree with me. Deep breaths. Now away to Marid's Mehan we go. I don't see anyone who matches the portrait in the books, which makes sense considering how young he was in the particular picture. I wonder what he...
Miss? Don't you worry now, young lady. I'll brew a remedy that'll put you back on your feet in a twinkling.
Thank you, sir. I feel ever so much better. I never heard of a bout of ethereal sickness lasting this long.
Oh no, my dear. You're clearly quite suffering from a severe case of anemia. All the systems point to a lack of ascorbic acid. Without that nutrient, your body has trouble absorbing iron, which in turn leads to thinning blood, a disturbing pallor, and extreme fatigue. The medicine I gave you will remedy the remaining issues, but I strongly suggest you rethink your dietary habits. But your youthful rum is torn by a fatal case of scurvy now, would we?
Now that I think on it, I've been eating nothing but panel samples since we started all of this. It stands to reason that I yet to be perfected meals would leave me low on ascorbic acid. That would exceed me, I would make the same mistake as Mervyn. Your knowledge of the nutritional science is most impressive, Master.
Oh, it's a plain old Jalvas these days, my dear. I'm retired now, but I've done a thing or two about healthy eating and longevity over the years.
So you are Jalvaz. I knew it. My name is DeBoy and I study nutrition at the Studio of Charlene. I'm seeking wisdom from the foremost expert in the field. That being you, of course. No viable laboratory method for manufacturing ascorbic acid, then humbly request that you instruct me in the process.
Well, isn't this a coincidence? It wasn't long ago that a professor from your studium approached me looking to solve the exact same dilemma. Yes, I know of a method. I was the one who discovered it, but the sweat of my brow comes at a price, Mr. Broy, and a rather rich one at that.
How rich?
The professor paid it without so much as raising an eyebrow, afraid the cost of my services beyond the means of the average student. Still, so it seems fair to turn you away at the gate. Tell you what, why don't I make you a deal? You see, I've always been a lover of curries, but you eat as many as I begin to go tired of the same Hunnish flavors. Risk you to learn of a new style curry plate that I'm desperate to try. In the recipe from a trader, you so far to gather the ingredients so the cooker can take a stab at preparing the dish. But now destiny is fit to drop a pair of Western travelers in my lap, and who better to make Western cuisine than the natives of those lands, eh? That is my offer. You prepare the curry, I teach you the method, provided my palate is properly tickled.
Except, I promise you, we'll make the most delicious curry you've ever tasted. The other visitor has almost certainly pressed the Galvash, which means the process he learned is one that can be followed using resources from Labyrinthos. This morning, Yosin curry is one of the last time's most famous dishes. I've made it many times. First, you carrots the onions, spread the sweetness, add the bowl and dice, stir some meat, stew it till tender, and and be sure to skim the floaty bits with water, of course, and then. Roy, save it for the kitchen. Sorry, did it again, didn't I? Well, yes, I know all the steps for mixing the golden spice. Master Dickard was the one to prepare that ingredient. If you could take care of that part, then I'd be more than happy to handle everything else.
As I said, I have all the ingredients you need and more besides. Cook away, let me know you're running low on anything. Ah, my mouth is watering already.
How's the spice picture coming along? It smells wonderful. It's like a the perfect amount of zest.
So this is what the yours incurred looks like. The colors, the aroma, so different of each server. Now, for the all-important taste.
Is it to your liking, sir?
It's fantastic. The more you eat, the more the layers of dairy compound into a harmonious orchestra of deliciousness. So you can taste the chef's intention and meal. Your determination to impress me has infused every bite.
And you'll share your method with us.
Of course I will. A meal such as that is worth more than a man's weight in gold.
So coconut milk is the key. Thank you so much, Java, sir. There is one more thing I would ask. What, in your opinion, is the biggest secret to health and long life?
A well-balanced diet is important, no doubt about that, but I believe you must enjoy what you eat. Said to be the digestion is aided by how much one relishes a meal. The better one's digestion, the more nutrients one body absorbs.
Exactly. I often thought the same myself. You've been great help to us, sir. Wish you many more years of healthy living to come. And although I would love to hear 30 throw Rats at Hands Gourmet Delights, we'll hurry back to Charlene. Perhaps another time. Thank you, Kahori, for accompanying me to such a far-flung locale on such short notice. I don't know if I could have secured that alchemical process from Yalvaz without your assistance. Now that we have it, our next match of bourbon bread will be well and truly perfect. This time, for certain. Oh, Kahori. I've been trying to make that ascorbic acid. Done exactly as Yalvaz instructed, follow the steps of the ladder, but it all ends in failure. As embarrassing it is to admit, I simply lack the expertise. The process requires a far more competent hand than mine. So here I'm at last, asking for your help once more. Please, I need you to manufacture the additive that will perfect our perfect meal. Streaming delivery commenced. The stream deliveries list for Debroy has been updated to be the new list. Speak with Debroy. Six ascorbic additive. You know where we're going. Because of guild resources, we probably will not be able to do all of the crafting ones. So after this, we're going to be doing the gathering deliverables. Unless during this live stream we get a big money sale from one of the retainers to allow funding. looks like Chizuru Ichinose from Rent a Girlfriend. The red version has the other Brickhannon set that gets sold, so right. Let's give this a shot. All our Mervyn Bear needs is a viable assorbic additive. I may fail in that endeavor, but I have faith that you will succeed. Incredible! It's practically glowing with goodness. With this added to our creation, I have every confidence that the bread will pass any test they care to subject it to. With your additive well out and mixed, I put a batch of Mervyn bread into the oven to bake. It should be ready any moment now. This is it. The final fluffy result of much trial and error. Looks so familiar. Well, have a bite. And how does it taste? Means with flavor bind to river and ambrosial delight. Wonderful. And the texture. It's like natural law has been suspended to create this one moment of unparalleled poppy-crusted bliss. Fantastic. And last but not least, what did you think of the aroma? It's like a siren scent of savory temptation which no mortal stomach can resist. So I thought the disparate elements have come together so well. Flavor, texture, aroma, not to mention the perfect balance of nutrients. I have to thank for this delectable achievement. Yes, I believe this current incarnation of Mermaid Bread has a good chance of swinging the form in our favor. You are attending the evaluation, aren't you? In fact, I must insist upon it. You have delivered the requested items. Esteem level increased. DeBroy now considers you a consummate baker. DeBroy has thrilled your efforts. She now considers you a consummate baker. This is it, Kahori. The form is ready to begin the evaluation process. We work tirelessly on perfecting our submission. I have every confidence that Mermaid Bread will be the winning candidate. Come, let's make our way to the roster, shall we? No, I said I was confident, but thought of actually standing for the foreigners was stubborn all nuts. Courage, DeBroy, courage!
Esteemed colleagues, we have convened today to evaluate and select a suitable candidate for a proposed meal substitute. As previously discussed, this meal substitute serves as emergency provisions, such as when our usual sources of food are restricted or otherwise unreliable. To be considered viable, submission must satisfy our stipulated conditions. Namely, it must be possible to prepare the meal using all the ingredients available in labyrinthos, that also provides all the nutrients necessary to sustain day-to-day survival. Our first of two candidates is the panel of, submitted by Professor Galbrosh, which I am sure you are all familiar. Second is Mervyn Bear, submitted by one Mr. Broy, student of the Faculty of Medicine. Members of the Council of Culinary Students will select one of these candidates following thorough nutritional analysis and trial consumption of the samples provided. Our analysis determined that both submissions meet the basic nutritional requirements to qualify as meal replacements. And they share the same nutritional value, the only consideration left to judge upon them is taste. Everything shares be difficult to describe the flavor of a panel of as pleasing, Mervyn Bread on the other hand, is a culinary delight. On the grounds of assessment, Mervyn Bread is clearly the superior choice. I beg to differ. Yes, I mean the panel has to offer the way of gastronomic enjoyment. But we consider the matter from the viewpoint of efficiency.
Bourbon's flavor requires additional specific oil sweeteners and oils that measure a particular variety of yeast, while process which demands excessive time and exertion. The recipe for panel flour was advised with simplicity in mind, allowing one to manufacture the same quantity of food with a fraction of the effort. Employers to reconsider your decision. After all, this is an emergency comestible we're discussing here, not some gourmet menu item. You raise a valid argument, Professor. We have indeed overlooked the question of efficiency. Such a situation arises necessitates to supply emergency rations, then ease manufacture would soon be a primary concern. In that respect, your panel holds a significant advantage. If I might offer an opinion. Master Vlogster, to what we owe this unexpected pleasure? Courtesy mostly. I may be retired, but I'll just talk about perfect meal piqued my interest. Wait, I know you. Yeah, and I know your delicious mermaid bread. As soon as you bag the fine food is not regarded with contempt here in Charlotte, many see the pursuit of gourmet cuisine as a trivial distraction, an inefficient use of one's precious time. Yet what tired researcher craves a fresh cup of sweet tea? Is it a lust and a simple desire, or is it the body's way of signaling the lack of a certain nutrient? With this comfort afforded by those inefficient tastes and flavors, surely we've all experienced the calm and reassurance provided by a hearty dish. The same principle can be observed with the soothing familiarity of home-cooked favorites. Why I act to become teacher pursued by some intractable problems, by soothing effect that is my beloved last stand. Such has been the taste plays far greater role in our well-being than simple enjoyment, if you will. A prolonged crisis, then tell me which of these foods you prefer to consume day after day after day. As you struggle to survive, which of these meals would best serve to bolster your mental and emotional fortitude?
To be perfectly honest, the very thought of eating panel for more than a single day brings me to the edge of panic. I'll stay to one wishes to be when dealing with the crisis.
Having taken into account the additional effort required in its preparation, satisfying meals more likely to contribute to a rational frame of mind, which in the long run may prove to be a more efficient benefit. Now that all visited parties have made the arguments, the time has come to put the matter to a vote. The results speak for themselves. Penalov 1 vote, Movement 5 votes. Congratulations, Mr. Roy. Your submission is accepted as Charlott's official emergency meal replacement recipe. Professor, your research is so much a part of... Well, that was a near thing. At least our last stand supporter chimed in. Never knew that he was a former member of the forum. I'd say we can safely call this the end of the matter, though there's one last thing I'd like to ask of you, Kahori. Despite his rich way of thinking, Professor Galbraith is not a bad person. Perhaps I can go a nice meal to soften the blow of his loss, with a little expert help. I know you can refuse. When you have a moment, come and meet me at the last stand. Now, as for the first meal, I thought we'd make him a serving of fish cakes, one of our local specialties. Grandma's chicken, bourbon, and garbage eat them all the time during the serving years. For the fish cakes, take white fish, some onion, grind it all into paste, take out the pepper in a bowl, spoon of flour, form the mixture into little shapes, and fry them in boiling hot. Oh, you didn't need the entire recipe. Let you prepare all the more important fish paste. This dish you leave to me. I supply ingredients, best chickens we to provide us with whatever we need.
Ask and you shall receive. I see you have the problem with that sour-faced grump.
Right, let's get cooking. How's your part of the recipe coming along? Third attempt. Perfect! This is the ingredient which brings the whole dish together. Or send a message to Professor Galvors asking him to meet us here. Hopefully he hasn't eaten yet.
Why did you send for me? To taunt me with a victory in the place which I care for the least?
Of course not, sir. We only want you to offer this meal as a gesture of goodwill. Please eat. Enjoy.
That was good.
There may be simple dishes, but certainly does have his own local specialties. Yet the quality of cuisine was never wholly absent from a culture, despite what people think. Never argue the importance of nutrition, but believe what Master Yalba says is true. Enjoyment of a meal tends to encourage digestion, and thus a more efficient intake of nutrients.
I'm going to post the recipe for Archon, but I did so with Mervyn in mind. Also focused on species neglected its dietary needs, but to devise a convenient and nutritious source of sustenance. He was taken from me before I had the chance to complete it. I was grief-stricken. Angry at the loss of my friend, and his gourmet lifestyle became the target of my rage.
Well, pays we did it. He was responsible for his own actions. It's wrong of me to lay the blame on the thing he loved most. Too much, it seems. After considering the arguments laid out in the evaluation, I must recognize that taste is an integral part of my work. I shall begin research on a new perfect meal, one which will taste even better than your vaunted Mervyn bread. The Mervyn bread was never solely ours, Professor. It was your research and your panel of which provided the nutritional basis for our recipe. Kahori and I simply improved the palatability of obtaining the balance between it healthy in the first place. Mervyn bread is as much your creation as mine or Kahori's. But I implore you to continue improving it. With your resources and expertise, there's no better position to solve the recipe's lingering issues with inefficiency.
In that case, I shall need an assistant. Together, you and I will test the boundaries of what is possible in the field of gourmet health cuisine. Speaking of fine foods, do you have one complaint about those fish cakes of yours? There are too few. It's to call the dish being much larger back when Rob and I used to eat them. Are there any more, perchance?
I do believe that was the first time I've seen the professor smile. I'm glad our fish cake special had the desired effect. My work about the studio and the last stand has just begun. I have an entire city convinced of the benefits of fine dining. Fortunately, it seems the professor is on our side now. We can expect laboratory's research to expand into taste-related fields. As per my ongoing position, I'll do my utmost to see that it succeeds.
Ah yes, this place is well suited to the study of flavor-based nutrition. We begin our research into more efficient preparation methods immediately.
Yeah, I thought my days of frantic baking were over. I better wash out my mixing bowl. Thank you for your help, Kahori. I could not have asked for a more perfect kitchen mate. Please do come and visit me from time to time, both on the stream and as a valid patron of the last stand. Esteemed contributor, Faculty of Medicine, Virtuoso Baker. DeBroy is completely moved by your efforts. She now considers you a virtuoso baker. Keep an eye out for us as a student, provide the help of an able artisan. You never know who might be in need of your skills.
Winning bread is the achievement. Okay, we are going to be right back, and on the other side of our break, we're going to continue on with some more work from the studio. This is day 9 of Endwalking with you on twitch.tv/homohomo2093, a designated non-spoiler stream brought to you by the Okami Rojo Free Company of Coeurl, the pack that's got your back. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. And we're back with the misadventures of Kahori Harukawa on twitch.tv/homohomo2093, Facebook, YouTube, and DLive, designated non-spoiler stream, brought to you by the Okami Rojo Free Company of Coeurl. This is day 9 of Endwalking with you. I am Bongo Boy Pongo, the gift that keeps on giving. We're going to go ahead and switch it over to Weaver. Search of the Azure Star. It's time to work with Jude. Let's go.
Dear, oh dear, if only you were here to help. Goodness me, you gave me quite scared. Do I know you? Most bolters, you like gathered. I'm rather easily startled. I heard you have work for me. Yes, you see, I, Jude Buell of Faculty of Astronomy, am listed in the Classical Astronomers Association. Despite the name, I'm the sole member. Last year we were far more in number, but the other students graduated just as I joined. Why remain part of an association that, for my efforts, is obsolete, you might ask? The reason is quite simple. That would allow me to free access to the telescope. Recently, however, the Faculty of Astronomy and all its constituents, the Classical Astronomers Association included, merged by the Forum to contribute to a national project. As a result, I am unable to use the telescope at my own discretion. If only my problems ended there, but I take it over the association's activities, I came to learn the telescope is not only old, but in a state of total disrepair. I, of course, attempted to have it repaired, but no craftsman is willing to accept my request. Impatience has led me to attempt to restore it myself. All I've accomplished is making the situation worse, beyond recovery even. My apologies, started rambling. So you're a craftsman that's been sent by QL, Po. I'm terribly sorry. Despite having come this way, there's no longer any telescope to restore. Why not just make a new one? Indeed. The possibility not even crossed my mind. Oh, I would give one of those new lenses I read so much about. The precision and clarity said to be without peer, but the funding required would be astronomical. Perhaps if we forego the latest and greatest telescope components, the modest budget our Achievement Association may suffice to make one. I best get to work then. AMANO will now have a plethora of information on the subject of crafting telescopes. Well, I have a cute few crowded places. I decided to look at the cars and they have to see me through the task. Or so I hope. Jude rushes off. His last words still ring ahead. You take up in the direction of AMANO after him. Let's go after him. Away. Oh, you're here to hand me a hand in searching for the necessary terms. Thank you. Only one other person has ever extended to me such kindness. 87.96% of those I've encountered have approached me with driven with honey, looking only to take advantage of my purse strings. But enough about that. Some of those terms are documents detailing the intricacies of telescopes. Let's split up and search for them. Please, if you find any relevant documents, bring them to me. Did you stumble across any leads? Do you think you've managed to find 3 whole tomes? Excellent work. Let's have a look, shall we? A history of observatories. This appears to be about observatories and the massive telescopes they boast. The content contained within these pages is near perfect. To create the telescope detailed here will require a budget on par with the national project. Let's now take a look at the Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes. What a treasure of a tome! It outlines the entirety of how telescopes are made, down to the smallest of details. Unfortunately, we only have enough gold to cover a fraction of the cost of the parts listed here. Let's see what this one has to offer. An astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens, huh? Star lens? I had never heard of such a thing. According to this, it is an ancient tool used by astronomers to read the stars and can be produced at a reasonable cost. What good would such an ancient tool accomplish in today's world of astronomy and optics? It doesn't even use a lens. Then again, it is within my means. But I ask you to grant one for me. While I can only offer you the meager stipend our association receives with freedom of exchange, I hope you consider it. You have my sincerest of thanks. Now then, there's little time to waste. I've already requested your space, so let us make our way to the workshop. According to my calculations, we should have just enough in the way of funds to craft a star lens. The question that remains, however, is if it will be powerful enough to aid me in my pursuit. If only you were here.
If it isn't you, you're looking gloomy as ever.
Who's there? Oh, it's you, Jeremy. Have you finally decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy?
I know not which Jeremy you're referring, but this one shines brighter than your so-called stars you gaze upon.
Well, only Jeremy I know. You should know that seeing us we've been friends since childhood.
You are terribly disappointed. 10 whole years have passed since we first met. I thought you'd grow out of it eventually, yet you insist in immersing yourself in this tedious, unrewarding work. We have pupils in the studio. It's about philosophy will be the best of your years, or stuck between dusty old tomes. Now, why don't you set aside your wayward aspirations and join me in the Faculty of Literature? We might even be able to fit you a decent-looking bride. We join the Poetry Lovers Club. We speak on love and life while sipping in the finest of teas. Does that sound pleasurable to you?
Huh? Jeremy, was it not you who introduced me to the wonders of astronomy? What made you lose interest in the subject?
There's neither here nor there. I'm simply with your whiskey way here, all on your own. Just suppose you'll think on it, all right?
What's your relationship to him? I must apologize for not introducing you. That was Jeremy, a childhood friend of mine. Since I could remember, we spent our nights together gazing up at the stars. A decade ago when it happened, the two of us took part in an astronomer's workshop. When I was looking up at night sky, we spotted a mysterious blue light. Concluding it was an unidentified celestial body, we immediately notified the student's Faculty of Astronomy. No matter how much they searched, they were unable to find the light we had seen. In the end, the stream tricked out to the ramblings of imaginative school children. Out of sheer frustration, we decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy, hoping to one another that one day we would discover the azure body we saw that day. Jeremy, being some older than I, enrolled first. Finally entered, it was as though he were a different person. All of us each to the old Jeremy and the promise we made to one another forgotten. Joined this faculty hoping to fill our dream of the decade prior, yet timid and easily cowed, I do not see how I will accomplish this alone. It's Jeremy always leading the way. Without him, I'm lost. Not alone. You're right. You will help. Perhaps I still hope. I do not know what I can do or far I will get, but I must at least try. Thank you very much. You've done so much for me already, yet to even ask your name. Kahori, I'm looking forward to working with you. Faculty of Astronomy student deliveries unlocked. Now undertake deliveries. Faculty of Astronomy student. Speak to Jude to learn more. Kahori, let's waste no time in getting to work. I'd like to ask you about star lens braces. They're arguably the most important pieces. We now undertake deliveries for Faculty of Astronomy at Studium by delivering the risk items to Jude and raising yourself in esteem. You can advance the story of his efforts to manufacture a star lens. We have to make star lens braces, so you know what that means.
It's back to the studio. Thank you for agreeing to assist. Please throw the bracelets here once you've finished. What stunning craftsmanship! Your talent is incredible. You are a star among stars. Thank you. Without your help, I have no hope of ever finishing the star lens. Listen here, Jude. Today I'm going to show you how to make the most of what should be the best summers of your life. Are you familiar with the concept of barbecues? Barbecues? It is currently a practice originating from the archipelagos of the coast of the New World. Restaurants meet the breeze of the span of half a day. Maybe appears for sitting on very silence, but that's not so with the Poetry Club. We gather on the fire of the barbecue, discussing the finer points of literature, reciting poetry as parts of the meat, smoke, and sear. Birds of lace sear the meat, providing getting fired or hot large enough to propel you into action. At long last you may declare you are in love for that homely, yet somewhat still alluring girl. What do you say? Honestly, I do not know why you would come to me with such a proposal. Try not out, you cubs, you just have one taste. You will realize exactly what you're missing out on.
Jeremy, you live boldly and elegantly, and like you, however, I am a solitary creature. Just thought of being crossed from another is enough to send chills down my spine.
Nonsense! Surely you'll at least take meals with your peers.
You are my only friend.
You jest.
I never learned how to make friends. They do not teach you that at school.
There's but further evidence you must remain here, low and isolated. I'll continue business until I get that through your thick head.
Jeremy never fails to impress me. He has so many friends who, unlike me, are all outgoing, full of cheer. He seems to be having so much fun. If I could only be more like him. A bit of effort you can. You're right. Limiting my situation will get me nowhere. Shut up, Jude. You're sitting down. You forget to look at the stars. You're ready, huh?
Seems I'm beyond help.
Calm down.
Thank you for that. However, perhaps I'm really comforting that your words not cut so deep. I am not at all extremely fertile creature. That said, we still lack the necessary part to complete the star lens. But if I please to take care of, or you'll be hearing me again before long.
Thanks for your encouragement. My heart was as weak as a moment. However, a bit tougher. Tough enough to match pudding.
Due to special efforts, he now only considers you to be a marginally scary individual. Ah, Kahori, just the one I want to see. I have another request to make of you. Would you be up to the task? Thank you. If you'd craft was to be the heart and soul of the star lens. So you know, when your telescope picks up on starlight, whereas the star lens captures ethereal flickers. This requires what's known as Ethereal Lenses, because materials apply greater importance to the crash returns quality, to which I turn to you. Time to make some ethereal lenses. But before we get crafting on the ethereal lenses, we're gonna have to check on our retainers. We also decide to get some dyes sold.
Ethereal Lens. 6 palm lumber, 6 almasi serge, and 6 luncheon toad leather. Back to the studio. Have you managed to finish the Ethereal Lenses? These would allow us to pick up on the ethereal firmaments in the distance. Magnificent. However, to the untrained eye, it's easy to see the craftsmanship is second to none. With this ethereal lens, we'll be able to detect even the most distant of ethereal bodies. Once again, I'm indebted to you. We are still in the early stages of our journey, but I hope we can continue to press forward with the same amount of fervor. Jude, sequestering yourself in such confined quarters will eventually take a toll on the mental health. Come, there's fun to be had in the outside world. And what exactly does this fun you speak of entail? Allow me to illustrate. I began this morning with blending a cup of 50 brewed coffee for the last stand. Shortly after, we all gathered at Ox Landing to perform a public poetry recital. I have no poems to recite. It is the spirit that counts. Poetry will help you learn to express yourself more truly, Jude. In fact, why don't you give it a try right now? Make sure you really put your feelings into it. I suppose to give it a try. It means I can become a bit more like you. Souls from a dark abyss, the tears that pour forth the blood-stricken rain. So if I poison that nest in my heart, the world returns to nothingness. I regress. Perhaps you need not delve so deeply into your feelings. Besides, now I have a taste of our session tale, and what it's like to live every day to the fullest. Grade's brain chanting faculty should be fairly straightforward. On my next visit, I expect to join the faculty of literature in our poetry club. Jeremy and Tenswell, bending my studies in pursuit of literature will enable accomplishing my dream of locating the Azure Star. Your results are weak, maybe you should move to the Faculty of Literature. You're absolutely right. The whole reason to join the studio and this association will see my goals through. Thank you for always being so supportive and returning me to my senses. That's one of my Jeremy, so unrelenting his attempt to have me withdraw from my studies. I do not understand. Starting was his first love. For a momentarily sidetrack, I'd like to thank you once again for your help. I'm eager to continue our work together. With you by my side, the resolve my heart is hardened. There's a strength of the chocobo rages within me. You just lie with your efforts. He now considers you an individual that takes time to warm up to strangers. Sorry, let us jump straight into the next part of the process. I asked that you would craft another vital part of the star lens. You see, the operation of this particular type of telescope requires highly specialized magic. To understand the mechanics behind this magic, the sheer volume required far surpasses that at my disposal. Please, might you be so kind as to craft ethereal amplifiers for me? No words to express how thankful I am, Kahori. Not only are you consistently increasing the star lens, but you encourage me every step of the way. It's time to make some ethereal amplifiers.
do this requires 6 red pine lumber, 6 snow linen, and 6 saiga leather. Only one thing. We have to go ahead and dig deep into our bank data. Hina!
With the ethereal amplifiers, I should finally be able to channel enough magic to operate our star lens. Go ahead and empty out our white scripts first. Kahori, it's absolutely perfect. Thank you. I've just finished looking over the latest delivery. We're so close to having all the parts necessary to begin assembly. Jude, today must be your lucky day. The ever-missing Jeremy has decided to grace you with his presence. Oh, these people! No doubt they're here to extort card to me! I must report them to the student's guard post haste! Taking out a layout again, are we? You need not worry, they are with me. In fact, they are members of the poetry group I mentioned. I brought them here so everyone could get acquainted. It's nice to meet you, Jude. She's speaking to me! Ah! Of course she's speaking to you. That is, of course, the reason we are here, is it not? Ah, you must be the craftswoman assisting Jude. Do also feel free to drop in one of our poetry meets sometime should it strike your fancy. So what do you think? A magnificent group of people, are they not? We're just on the way to the last stand. Would you care to join us? Steady now. Jeremy's trying to help you. As you have no friends, simply cooks you out your shell. You really should be thankful, truly. Absolutely not. Apologies, but I'm currently in the middle of producing something known as a star lens. Perhaps another time. What is this nonsense? Come now, Jude. Join us just this one time. Only great awaits, should you continue down this dark path. How can you say that with such certainty? Trust me, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Please, that's enough. Let's just be on our way, shall we? Having to meet new people is quite draining. I must say, however, I'm rather proud of myself. Not only when so nervous, even thought of speaking would cause me to lose consciousness. I must be growing. It is you I have to thank, Harry. Your continued support has allowed me to really blossom. No, enough about me. We're so close to the finish line. Just a bit more work. The star lens will be complete. For proceed, however, there's one thing I must confirm. Let's come back to see me when you find the time. Thanks to Kahori, the choker of my heart has transformed into a mighty hobgoblin. Overjoyed with the efforts, he now considers you a good-natured individual. A new quest in Story Faculty Stormy is now available. Last we met, I mentioned there was something you need to confirm before proceeding. This something concerned Jeremiah. I was in the studio and had the chance to have a proper discussion with him. So much I would like to ask him, Mr. Why he refuses to speak about Valve from 10 years ago. Why insists so vehemently that I drop my studies? Well, this time I was too scared to confront him. I thought he had truly lost interest in astronomy, then maybe we wouldn't have anything in common anymore, and... Never mind. That's no longer relevant. Thanks to you now starting this journey, I've become confident enough to face my fears head on. And to meet Jeremy and ask him what happened to the promise we made at the same spot when we encountered the Azure Star in Tranquility. When positive I asked him to come, Jeremy found another clever excuse to avoid me. Please, Kahori, would you be so kind as to ask him in my stead? Thank you. We can likely find him in Ox Landing reciting poetry with his friends. In the meantime, I'll make my way to Tranquility and wait for you and Jeremy there. Well, we're gonna have to go over to the Yevier house. As of the story, the Yevier twins are on assignment over in Garlemald, taking care of the humanitarian efforts to fix things.
You there, you're the classroom helping all the faculty of astronomy. I take it you're not here to recite poetry. You're looking for Jeremy. Sure, I can point you in this direction, but you have to do something for me first. See, there's this girl. She spurned my advances a few days ago. I could see you also flabbergasted to learn she rejected a dashing young man such as myself.
Yes, what do you need me to do?
To be snappy. Well, I know just a thing that will elevate me from simply charming to outstanding. A set of classy writing utensils. I want you to craft them for me. I will, of course, see that you are furnished with everything you need. After all, such consideration is the defining quality of a gentleman. Just guess this boy right next to me for materials. He still owes me a rather large sum of gold. We'll see that all your expenses are covered.
Very good, over with. I cannot stand being indebted to him for a moment longer.
Hey. Going.
Once you've finished crafting my utensils, you can deliver them directly to me. Excellent! With this exquisite set, I will no doubt be able to produce poetry beyond that of the average club member. She will have no choice but to rethink her foolish decision. Alright, you want to know where Jeremy is. You can find him at Scholar's Harbor right about this time.
A real but beckett this one is, you ask me.
Don't you say that. He's only just joined and seems to settle in, is all.
What faculty did he transfer over from again?
Well, he's certainly not going to be happy if I told you. You're going to have to ask someone else.
Sounds to me like he's harboring a few secrets then.
Yes, the utils are granted estimate. Rather than tell about demanding a handbook, however, you best hurry to Scholar's Harbor if you want to catch Jeremy here.
Scholar's Harbor it is. Well, there's neat writings to that. Oh, it's you, the craftsbook you work with Jude. What can I do for you? You want to speak with me regarding Jude? Very well. I suppose I can spare a few moments if it concerns a dear friend, Jude. Shall we talk here, or did you wish to speak in private as well? Tranquility. I'll be on my way then. So what exactly did you wish to speak with me about? I see. I suspected as much.
Of course I should know you'd be suspicious. You've always been 2 steps ahead of me. Even so, you still came, and I have words for you that have been left unsaid for far too long. Jeremy, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy?
So you know I once presided there.
It would be odd if I didn't. Surely, even you knew you wouldn't be able to feign ignorance for long. I ask you again, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? 10 years ago, we made a vow at this very spot. We swore together we'd search for and find the Azure Star together. Why would you renege on our purpose now? Have you come to hate astronomy?
Me? Hate astronomy? Please do not be silly. Finding that star meant the world to me.
You will also be forced to face the truth one day, just as I have. Allow me to warn you before it's too late.
I am but 1 summer older than you. I shed blood, sweat, and tears to ensure I'd be able to earn a place to study at the studium. I kept silent about which faculty I was to enter, because I had hoped to make some progress towards our goals and supply you with it once you joined. But new members were free to use the telescope any time. I joined the Classical Astronomical Association, and I devote all my spare time to our investigation. For several months, day in and day out, I took that telescope and observed every last corner of the sky without fail. To my despair, I was unsuccessful in ever locating the Azure Star. Even so, I refused to give up my dream. I thought perhaps a more powerful telescope was required. So much negotiating with professors, I was made leave to use the finest equipment available in the studio. Through all my effort, all my planning, I could not find so much a glimmer of that bloody star in the night sky. More worried about the day, so it took us to come to an harrowing realization. The Azure Star does not exist. It never did. Just as Scott's studium told us back then, we imagined it. The Azure Star doesn't exist. If in fact what you say is true, then why not tell me sooner? Same as me, finding that star meant everything to you. How could I possibly tell you that? If the Azure Star doesn't exist, then why I've been working towards this entire time. I understand your feelings better than you know. Forgetting about it will take time, but it can be done. Promise me, however, you won't forget this, Jude. I am, and always will be, your friend and ally. My life, without the Azure Star giving direction and purpose, is meaningless. What am I to do? What do you want to do? Yes, you're absolutely right. Letting someone know something to determine my life's path is the easy way out. I'm the only one that can decide what's right for me.
Let's return to Maker's Beat. There's something I would like to investigate.
If Jeremy wasn't able to find it, there's a good chance the Azure Star truly does not exist. There is, however, one other possibility. There is a chance it is out there, just not observable with the tools that were at its disposal.
The journey we're about to embark upon is about as dark and uncertain as a flight through a starless night sky. Regardless, I shall not give up. This is a dream I've pursued for a decade. I cannot walk away without a fight. Alone, I would have no hope of continuing Jerome's work, but with you by my side, perhaps I can accomplish that which even he has not. Kahori, may I count on your continued assistance?
I'll see you through to your own adventure.
I knew I could count on you.
Thank you, Kahori.
Once I have everything sorted, let us begin production post-haste.
Your continued encouragement has really lit fire in my heart. Be less fierce as a bomb.
We'll say we picked up where we left off, Kahori.
Where traditional telescopes gather light to project an image, the star lens captures ethereal glimmers and casts that onto the surface of water, hence making stargazing possible. As I was constructing the star lens, I realized I was missing the very piece that would allow me to do just that. This is where I will need to, once again, borrow your seasoned hands. Might you craft some ethereal conductors for me? Once these are finished, there'll be one thing left to do. It's time to make some ethereal conductors.
calling you to make some Ethereal Conductors. They will allow me to project the ether captured with the Starlines onto water. You have my gratitude. Truly, I am blessed to have crossed paths with a craftsman such as yourself. I believe our favorable union is what shall lead us to the rediscovery of the Azure Star. Excellent. Now I have nearly everything I need. Just one last piece, and we're one step away from a completed star lens. Even I'm able to find the Azure Star, meeting you has taught me the importance of perseverance. It is a lesson I shall never forget. Oh, what am I saying? Of course I'll find it. I must. It is a dream I have spent the last decade pursuing. Yes, I will continue to give it my all. When you have the time to craft the final missing piece, please come and find me. I'll be here eagerly awaiting your visit. Thanks to your support, the fire in my heart grows with the minute. In fact, it feels as though as if Ifrit has taken precedence within me. Dude is thrilled with your efforts. He now considers you a friend he can confide in. Thanks to you, the completion of the star lens is in sight. Thought you by side would have no doubt given up before the journey even began, and I speak not just finding the Azure Star, but also confronting Jeremy as to why he quit astronomy. Words are not enough to express my gratitude. Now here we stand at the finish line. I have but one last request to make of you. Shall the Master of Star Lens requires a wand. Would you please craft one for me? If you ever find yourself short on materials, please help yourself to whatever is in the trunk. Have you finished crafting the final piece? It is absolutely perfect. Now that I have the necessary parts, all that's left to do is search for the Azure Star. If the time comes, might I be so bold as ask you to join me? There's also one other individual I wish could be there. That being said, there's no guarantee that the Azure Star even exists. I do not wish to disappoint them again. Even so, I would like to search the skies once again with Jeremy. For all is a dream we've shared for a decade, and at least asking would form a betrayal in itself. Given the time, he's most likely at Ox Landing reciting poetry with his friends. As soon as I finish putting everything together, go straight there. Please wait for Jeremiah for me at Ox Landing. Ah, it's you again. I apologize, but we have nothing more to discuss. You may have nothing more to say, but I have plenty. Jude. The stall that Kahori and I have been working on is now complete. It would mean the world to me you came to watch me begin my search for the Azure Star. I'm sorry, Jude. I'm afraid there's something I cannot do. What do you mean you cannot? This is your childhood friend we're talking about. You should go with him. The Azure Star truly doesn't exist. It's your duty to be by his side when he learns the truth. You don't understand. I searched for a decade for that star. It's nowhere to be found. A decade? Surely you jest. What an absolute waste of time that was. Ha! To think you're this close to thinking all the best use of your life chasing a figment of your imagination. Such a thing existed that academics felt the astronomy would already founded. Should I take that into consideration? By the gods, you must be even dumber than a sack of rocks. You. How dare you speak such atrocities? Huh? Are you talking to me? You, nor anyone else, has the right to ridicule us. Don't love me all you like. You will not strip me of my dream. Then maybe what you need some sense knocked into you.
I'd strongly recommend to answer that. You see the craftswoman there? She's an adventurer from overseas and certainly someone not someone you want to pick a fight with. Even you don't stand a chance.
You'd best watch your back. Jude, in all our years together, I don't think I've ever seen you so upset, much less speak up the way you did. I'll admit I surprised myself a little. I was still pounding. I just couldn't let it go when I thought about everything you'd invested. The audacity asked out of such words. I lived, ate, and breathed that dream. When I discovered there was nothing, no hope of fulfilling it, despair that overcame me was beyond words. I felt worthless. If I could say nothing earlier, some of the members of the board got a little rough around the edges. This is the only place I have.
We young children, I was crying because I did not fit in with the others. You invited me to join you in stargazing. You gave me a place to belong in this world.
Now I'm asking you to join me in the place once more, gazing up at the skies.
Very well. This will be it for me, Jude. Let's make way to Score's Harbor. Must return to the bookshop to retrieve the Starlands, so I'll meet the two of you there. To think that Jude is saying so drastically in such a short span of time. It seems what we needed was not someone to take him by the hand, but rather cooks him forward from behind. There we go. Let's begin then. So this is the Starlands. It doesn't look like much. The years ago that fateful day which Emily observed the constellation line with the fifth heaven's gate, begin by positioning the Starlands in the same manner. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The stars can be seen with such clarity. However, the Aisha star we saw back then does not shine among them. Not that I expected anything different. After all, one cannot see, even with state-of-the-art technology, that which does not exist. You did well, Jude. The Starlands quite an impressive piece of work. Wait! It is for this reason the amplifier exists. Or do we need more? Rude. I want to believe he's just as much as you, but... This is there somewhere right before our very eyes. Please, reveal to us your brilliance once more, just as you did 10 years ago. Jeremy, look! It's real! It really does exist. We didn't imagine it. It's real. Why did I give up so easily? Jude, you are extraordinary. Kahori. It's all thanks to you that our decade of hard work did not go to waste. Which reminds me, did you see where Jeremy wandered off to? He was with us when we entered the stadium grounds.
Ah, yes. This feels much better. Now that's more like Jeremy Rhino. Kahori, would you agree this style suits him better? Looks good. Thank you. I finally got to realize simply transforming my appearance does not change who I am on the inside. Neither here nor there. What we should talk about is the Azure Star. Something about it that's been niggling at the back of my mind. How is it you succeeded with an ancient lens made of water, but the latest, most advanced equipment in the studium failed? Ah, of course. The star lens allows us to see by capturing not the light of stars, but their ether, correct? So you believe that due to how far away the Azure Star resides from us, a traditional telescope would have trouble capturing the light it emits. Star lens, meanwhile, can capture an image of its ether, the very life force of the star. You can scarcely imagine how further our technology must advance for telescopes to perceive such distant celestial bodies. Strange then, we were able to see the Azure Star all those years ago. How do you suppose we accomplished such a feat? At this time, we were using a toy grounded for children. The lens, contrary to proper telescopes, was made from low-quality crystal. Yet that crystal lens is like allowed us to pick up on the star's glow. But we reported what we saw. The fact that astronomers conducted their own observations of similar, not identical conditions and found nothing. What are the intensity of his ethereal emissions is prone to periodic fluctuations. An etherical cycle, if you will. Since the recent night 10 years ago, the Azure Star had reached its peak. A brief miraculous window when the star's ether was such we could catch a glimpse with a crystal lens telescope. Incredible, as always, Jeremy. You've always been very sharp. Sharp or not, my abilities fail compared to your sheer drive, Jude. Thanks to said drive, we have rediscovered alternate means of viewing stars in the night sky. Your theory is correct, that it means there are far more stars out there than we ever suspected waiting to be discovered. Certainly seemed that way. This may very well revitalize and revolutionize the field of astronomy. Let's continue working together to find them, Jeremy. Let's continue to breathe life to the dreams of those two young boys from 10 years ago. Jude, you forgot I'm no longer with the faculty of astronomy. In case you've already forgotten, I'm Rab Assistant Fellow. I waited this long. I can stand to wait a bit longer for your return. I cannot argue with that. Never did I think we began this journey to become such a spectacular end. Thank you once again, Kahori. The time together was short, it was squarely fruitful. I'm devastated to have to say goodbye. We, however, shall continue to reside on the same stars. I want to remember our time together, or simply look to the skies. Pray we'll meet again. You shall always remain a treasured and true friend of mine. The fires of every nay, a phoenix have taken a presence in my heart, but they will continue to burn forevermore. Jude is deeply moved by your efforts. He now considers you a treasured and trusted friend. Keep an eye out for others who at student require the help of an able artisan. You never know who might be in need of your skills. Achievement is called Starry Night. We're going to be right back. And on the other side of the break, we are going to continue on with some more Studium quests. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back with the misadventures of Kahori Harukawa on twitch.tv/homohomo2093, brought to you by the Okami Roho Free Company of Coeurl, the pack that's got your back. I am Bonga Boy Punctor, the gift that keeps on giving, the husbando of Kahori Harukawa, my personal bae. This is day 9, Endwalking with you, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker quests. This is day 9. We are working on the studium. Now it's time for helping out this big lion man here, Boric. Once for blacksmith, armor, and goldsmiths. Let's get started. It's Professor Arusha's new friend.
Dearie me, what did I right to do? I tried to press react my turn without the... Oh, sorry you startled me. I don't suppose you'd have to be a craftsman, would you? Brilliant. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Boric, and I'm under the employ of a professor at the studium. Professor Arusha, to be precise. She works in the field of archaeology and is deeply invested in the restoration of relics. I have been tasked with finding someone capable of helping with our most recent project. This is to say, first after still exists the studium itself for the day, but I was told in no uncertain terms our so-called relic was mere refuse. Frankly, between the two of us, to my untrained eye, it appears to be little more than a shabby ornament or child's toy. The professor, meanwhile, is convinced it is of unique and of great value. And far be it for me to question her, few archaeologists have had as much success as she. But I digress. Would you be willing to at least meet with the professor and hear more about our work?
Let me have a look at that relic.
So you want to meet her then? Excellent. Thank you so much. She has to be somewhere here in the studio and the mansion will take too long to find her.
Why, hello there. Terribly sorry, but I'm busy at the moment. Can I wait until later?
Perhaps you'll be always so busy when wasting time over scribbling more than a little rubbish. You don't realize there are limits on funding some facilities, don't you? I feel like I can't afford to waste time on projects that show little or no merit.
Honestly, I think you're overreacting, Professor. I have a very good feeling about this relic, you know.
Feeling? Feeling? I was not aware we had design on feeling, so with common sense now. Without you two, I spend time anything without counting this crazed chrome with the work.
Sorry about that. You may wonder what you're talking to. Seems Professor AMANO is having a rather bad day. Wait a minute. You wouldn't happen to be an artisan, would you?
She's indeed, Professor. What's more, she's only hear more about our work, which is why I brought, Hope to think of it. I don't think I ever asked for your name.
Well, Kahori, thank you for coming all this way to talk to an excitable old lady. I'm Arusha. I'm a professor of archaeology. You've doubtless heard from Boric that we are attempting to restore a relic of sorts. I suppose it falls upon me to explain our situation in a little more detail. But let's make first our way to the workshop. It'll be much easier to explain things to you there. The work they're presenting occupies my time. Especially this peculiar pristine-faced relic. Designed complements to the same Diata, and calling it the Golden Diata in her honor. It's brought to us by one of our cleaners. But I understand the excavation with the vendor was an independent venture, and considering it otherwise lackluster appearance, was to mind of Professor AMANO, and quite write it off as rubbish. However, I believe it to be a type of mammoth.
I wish to find it with it, Professor. Do you truly think that thing could be a mammoth? Nice looking ornament designed to resemble a bird or fish. Next to the lake, I think to the skies like an airship.
Oh, we know it might do all that. And yes, I'm quite certain the golden diata is a mammoth. I look much like your standard older mammoth, I'll grant you that. But its innards are no less complex. We just get fixed and about to start moving, I know it. What's more, I got a special feeling about this one. Something tells me it possesses special abilities.
Another one of your special feelings. Wonderful.
In any case, this is why I need your help, Kahori. The medic might seem that stable on appearance, but its insides are a mess. There appears to be little that can be salvaged, so it'll be your duty to create replica parts that match all the broken ones housed within. I'd be grateful you should I to help us. I'm just having to find secrets lurk within this little thing. Wonderful. I knew I could count on you the moment you arrived. Oh, it made an old woman very happy, Kahori. Well, let's get down to business. I'd like you to begin working on its exterior. There are no signs of erosion, something, but one that the dislodged parts has done considerable damage to its insides. But I want you to work on the exterior complex files without first ensuring the shell housing them is sound. I said I have no doubt you prepare a few things before you get to work. Let me know when you feel ready to get started.
Back to the archaeology student deliveries unlocked.
Hello again, Kahori. Are you ready to begin? Wonderful to hear. I'd like you to start by crafting gold plate. You needn't worry about fitting to that, though. I will handle that.
It's time to make some gold plating. A natural job for a goldsmith. First, before we go ahead and start working on it, we gotta go ahead and take care of our retainers.
let me know when you've made the plating. Great work. I can see you're a fine craftswoman indeed. Thank the gods for sending you our way. Truly splendid work. Our little friend is looking much better already. Oh, feels like watching my old child grow up. That you're here to help means more than you know.
I'm glad to see you in such high spirits, Professor. Truly I am. But is the real loss for us to use the entire remaining budget on this project?
Oh, Boric, lighten up. Have I ever stayed you in wrong in the past?
I suppose not. So you must forgive me for uneasy seeing our cover so thoroughly emptied.
Other than the money is used up to gather dust, I say.
Well, getting measurably serves little purpose. The opposite extreme may not be the best approach.
Well, there's no need for you to fret, Kahori. I've said more than enough script to see you'd be compensated for your efforts. I'm talking about boring financial matters. I believe time for us to start work on suspense insides. However, no, this will be altogether more difficult process than reinforcing the exterior. Let me know when you'll be up to the task.
Rusha's pleased with efforts. She now considers you a rookie relic restorer.
Well, hello then. Oh,
Thank the gods you're here! I was already made it and I couldn't focus on my work.
honestly, Boric, sure it is a faith. Kahori doesn't strike me as someone who'd go back on a word.
My apologies. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that we've been turned down by so many others.
As you probably worked up by now, Boric has pension to worry far more than he has any right to. But please don't do anything he takes too seriously. But that's enough of that for now. It's time we get back to discussing our little friend's woes. So I'm going to ask you to count minuscule cogs made of gold. Without against this relic was missing some, which is to have caused all the damage we'd observed. Whatever you think will need to be tough as a girl. You up to the task? Leave it to me. Oh, it's great to know I always count on you, Kahori. Best of luck.
Tough as the Coeurl. Kahori's home world is Coeurl. That's a given. Let's go make those gold cogs. Back to the square. Gold cog is going to require 6 Hyduriums, 6 pewter, 12 stone gold.
have every confidence your work will be immaculate. Indeed, I very much look forward to seeing what you can do. Solid work as always. Look at the detail too. It's obvious you stand head and shoulders above your peers. The cogs were perfect. Now I would be even happier if she decided to move for us.
The golden yacht flinched ever so slightly, but soon returned to its former static state. It appears we still have work to do.
Oh!
Oh, well done, little one. We'll have you moving probably in no time. Don't worry.
Well done. You nearly flopped on the table like a dead fish. This is something cause for celebration. I'm growing increasingly worried that this will come to nothing, and your reputation will end up in tatters.
Oh, calm down, Boric. Lest you forget the relic was found buried when the body would happen to be a mage. Possibly some repute. That tome also contained a range of tools used by those highly skilled in the arcane arts. I'm positive that this mammoth possesses great power.
Well, we're discussing what it could be. We'll say it just easily be a trinket or charm they kept on another person. Let's not forget the shitty storage of the cleaner who sold it to you in the first place. Are we to meant to trust someone with a track record of peddling counterfeit wares?
Boric, how many times have I told you to hold us past against them? Everyone is capable of change, and I for one remain convinced that this relic is worthy of study. It's true that cleaner's livelihood depends on the ability to discern what is a forgery and what is the genuine article, but no one is without error, not even me. If all this friend here does turn out to be a fake, it simply means I made one such error, nothing more, nothing less, although I don't believe for a moment that I have done so. After all, who will believe me if I don't believe myself? That's not to say I make myself infallible, mind you. Putting that aside for the moment, I shall examine our friend here and see if I can determine which problems yet remain. When next you have time to spare, Kahori, please seek us out and we'll set about making further repairs.
Russia's lively efforts, she now considers you a reasonable relic restorer.
Kahori, lovely to see you again. I do hope you've been looking after yourself. On more than one occasion, my students have fallen ill due to neglecting their health, you know. I want you to go the same way. This is to be depending on like some worry or mother. Well, I may not be your mother, but the rest stands. I'm old, and I do worry about you. Whatever might be, you're obviously in good health and spiritual. Now, while you go away, I took a closer look at the golden Dayata to determine what other parts may be faulty. The problem, it seems, is either the man's core or the mechanism controlling motor function.
I've examined the core. It appears to be made from exceedingly rare minerals. I can find no cleaners willing or able to procure them, and then managed to strike a deal with a merchant in the harbor. Take time for the materials to be delivered, however.
Until they arrive, we're supposed to start with a rather important piece for our mammoth puzzle. Your task is to craft the motor components required to support proper movement.
This is far more complex than anything I've asked you thus far. I sincerely hope nothing goes wrong. There's been so much worry over late. I've really lived this in time and had to consider it all. All the overlooked troubles keeps me from sleep. Before I realize it, another day rises with a new set of problems.
Goodness, Boric, that won't do it all. Well, I suppose there's one more reason for you to do best with this. I should have put Boric's mind at ease.
gold miner components.
Back to the plaza. This is going to require 12 bismuth and 6 freaking gold.
me know when you've finished. I fear for Boric will struggle to sleep until the matter of this relic is resolved. Thank you. Fine work as always. This should fit our little friend perfectly. She's looking a lot better with that new pot in place. We've still no replacement for her core, but let us see if she is at least capable of rudimentary functions. The Goldiyata moves a little more than before. You suspect it will be good as new once you replace its core. Hey! We're making progress. It may be slow, but we're definitely heading in the right direction. All that remains is to fashion a new core. I thought I told you to cease this ridiculous work of yours. To think the students' resources are being wasted on such nonsense when my efforts to decipher ancient languages go largely ignored. You there, clumsy assistant. Have you not yet convinced her to stop this burned-up project? You should understand better than anyone her law league's misgivings for her outlandish behavior.
Well, I consider to share the professor's optimism potential of that thing, but so long as I'm resistant, I will continue to support it in whatever way I can.
What as the Coeurl report thinks rather highly of you. While seeing such faces, you must be an artisan of remarkable skill. Yet all your talent seems you still have much to learn about what work you should and shouldn't accept. Your guess will go to waste. You keep homerooming this old bag. You say what you want, but I think this is a job worth doing. Honestly, what a bunch of brave fools you are! Do you not think you can continue wasting student resources forever? Is it just me, or did he seem to be in rather good mood today? Probably that was too distressing for you, Kahori. We simply need to keep at it, so now I'm trying to return to life as soon as we get a new core. As always, your help will be indispensable. Studying the archaeology is now available. Rusha is overjoyed with your efforts. She now considers you a rather good relic restorer. Welcome back, Kahori. So wonderful to see you again. We've received word of our delivery of core materials has come into port. Boric was just leaving to go and fetch them, but now that you're here, might I ask you to accompany him? I'll be certain of the quality of these goods, and I trust your discerning artisan's eye. Fantastic. Well, hurry along, you two.
Let's be on our way then. The merchant said she would be waiting for us in Scholar's Harbor.
Well, already in this Friday, you're both in the stadium, yes?
Well, yes, we're actually. We've been sent the preparation for Russia.
I see you here with the minerals then. Having had them, let me know they meet your approval.
Oh, is it everybody else for? Is that Scotty? Oh, that's great to hear. What a relief.
But she didn't visit with you. You have to tell my recent order for the studium. The order was placed under AMANO AMANO. Ah, Professor AMANO. Oh, it's a pleasure. Of course I do. There it is. Oh, so you like him? Yes, this is the aggressive you got, but I must say its contents appear to be somewhat lacking. What do you mean? Do you wish to return it then? No. You did your job and should be compensated accordingly. Thank you, Hallie. Is there anything else? I'll be on my way. Yeah, perhaps with this you'll be learning something about what constitutes with a lot of research. If it piques your interest that Phil be to visit me in my office, we'll gladly work with someone similar to you to join my staff. We could do with another pair of hands.
A compendium of linguistic research. I bet its contents are beyond me. Archaeology has been my preferred field of study. However, my marks in school often left much to be desired. They call me a second-rate researcher with the flattery. I married a letter to Professor Urusha. She took me on a swing and spent my shortcomings, and my performance greatly improved thanks to her tutelage. So much so, I was up a position working at St. Connick's Point after graduation. But I couldn't accept it or get that the professor role she's done for me. As long as she has need, I will remain at her side. Lots of people have been much help to her of late. Perhaps it will be for the best I took it all just for Professor AMANO. His letter will contribute to feel in some way, however insignificant it may be.
Only you can decide how you want to live your life.
Oh, you're right. This is a decision to be made lightly. What's this one, Jabber? You didn't come all the way to hear my lamentations. Come, let's return to the professor.
Welcome back, you two. Everything went well, I take it. Good to hear. Thanks again for lending us that discerning eye of yours. I say, Brick, what's that tome you have there?
This one, we happened around to Professor AMANO when we met the merchant, and Tommy orders seemed to underwhelm him, so he shoved it into my hands. He also asked if I might consider working for him.
How can you get excited by other professors? You're coming up in the world, Boric.
Unless you will want to help me out with all jobs. I never hope that anyone separating instant languages. As well, you well know.
I wish you wouldn't put himself down like this. He gives more than his fair share to my work lately, so let's set aside that for now. The time has come for you to get to work on the core. You should have need of additional materials, Boric will provide. We're so close. Let me know once you finish making the call. Well, that was nerve-wracking work, but I've successfully placed the old core with the new one. Now we need but pray that it works. For the briefest moments, the golden Zayat took flight. Unfortunately, it really falls to the table. A rattling sound can be heard coming from within. Well, what do you know? It really can fly like an airship.
I can hardly believe my eyes. Are you certain it's not Oligan in origin? I can think of no other ancient civilization capable of fashioning such a mammoth. Strange though, it continues to function poorly despite replacing all its parts. Leaves us with what is now essentially a prohibitively expensive ornament.
I'll grant you our results thus far somewhat less than satisfactory, but this is not cause for panic. Archaeology is at most interesting when you come up against a hurdle like this. I just love being challenged to solve a good mystery.
Well?
Whatever till the golden yard is truly mammoth, or suddenly someone's old plaything. But I can't forgive myself were I to move on to another project without first uncovering all our friends' secrets. Just think back to the state we find in it. He is now capable of flight, for goodness sake. We made incredible progress. Said the rattling noise just now just had me worried. Perhaps I made a mistake somewhere when installing the new parts. We need to dismantle it once more and see if we can deduce what went wrong. Until then, I bid you get some rest. I'll let you know at the very moment we have finished. Oh, sorry to see you there. We're just mulling something over. I dismantled the golden data. You left and tried oiling off its hard lubricants graciously lent to me by the faculty of alchemy. But after assembling it, nothing has changed. That said, do you make one new discovery? I found this small bar within its mouth. It seems to be an artificial voice box of sorts. This piece should have anything to do with its malfunctioning is highly unlikely, but it is damaged. I thought it may be worth replacing. What do you think? Might help you could communicate with it.
Wait, you think the golden Theata may be capable of speech?
Ha! A novel idea indeed! Well, she's capable of life. I'm surprised that she could talk as well. First then we could ask what ails her. Wish we could make a gold mechanical voice box for our friend. Just imagine what interesting things she might share with us.
Gold mechanical voice boxes. Six chondrite ingot, 6 dark quartz, and 12 Phrygian gold.
A mechanical voice box may be just the thing we need to learn more about our little friend here. Just imagine what she may have to tell us.
Oh, we have nailed to go full compensation. We need full compensation for this. We have to go empty.
Oh, thank you. Exquisite as always. We'll have a talk in no time with a voice box like this. All right, let's see if she speaks.
The golden Yota says something. However, you haven't the foggiest idea what it's trying to tell you.
She speaks. I knew it.
You truly tell it just now? Oh, Professor, this could be the discovery of a lifetime. That's it. Well, don't make a noise. Sound more like a song than speech to me.
Still wasting your time on a little pet, I say.
Ah, Professor AMANO, perfect timing. You spare a moment. We have need of your keen insight.
I beg your pardon. You do something serious, I wish to waste my time alongside you. Don't tell me you actually made progress.
All thanks to Kahori, yes. In fact, our recent discovery falls within your realm of expertise. Well, I say discovery, but it's more of a clue than making it to one.
A clue? Oh, well, that's very impressive. You all the time you've wasted on this, like. Honestly, are you even listening to yourself? God, so now coming to just lead to failings as a researcher. Let me be brief. Like you're wasting research funding, vast student, consider your continued employment is above anyone here aside from yourself. Just look how stressed your assistant is. Fair not, Borg. I must look at you once Professor Rusha has moved from her position. Of course, in turn, I expect you to sign my petition to proceed with this inquiry. Well, that didn't go to plan, did it? Considering the grisly nature of our problem, I'm so aggressive AMANO would be willing to assist us.
Well spoken up sooner. Perhaps when I come to this, forgive me, Professor, but the day has given much to consider. If you'll excuse me.
I never realized he was under such stress.
Will you not go and speak with him?
This is the life we choose as researchers, my friend. God's though it may sound, there are certain matters we must work out for ourselves. But come, you would not wish for our work to remain halt in his return. We must consider our next course of action. Rusha thrills your efforts. She now considers you a top-drawer relic restorer. Kahori. Fortuitous timing as ever. As you can see, Boris, to return to the workshop, to be honest, it has been somewhat lonely here without him. But firstly, I've managed to make progress with the good data by way of a rather curious discovery. Initially thought they would be if you were damaging the parts you delivered so hard to provide, but then curiosity got the better of me. I dismantled it again, but this time I discovered a black stone inside, a connector of some sort. Coeurl all about it. Any ideas what it might be?
Why should that elegant tombstone didn't drop from my pocket?
Ah, an elegant tombstone, you say? It doesn't have the customary patterns of a tombstone, but the texture is certainly similar. Based on what we had found, I very much doubt our friend here was created in the third Astral era, and with the fifth Astral was more likely, perhaps even the beginning of the sixth. It's entirely possible that people that age, other unearthing Anglican relics, repurpose the technology, or perhaps they merely drew inspiration from elegant designs in their work. Register records, which I believe it does. I would have expected service core, which like the members of Boulder. However, the Golden Diatus core has an altogether different function, which is why I suspect the stone, and whatever knowledge stored within, is meant to supplement the core, hence the connector I found wrapped around it. Tell me, Dimon, just what secrets are you hiding? Kahori, would you be able to fashion a new conductor for next fire? The one I found attached to stone is clearly not working as intended. Honestly, what do without you? That's the way to time then. We must first work for our best and AMANO convinces the studio to hold that inquiry. This may probably be the last request I ask you, so please aim to disregard, but ask and I will see to the rest. That gold connect as quickly as possible. Excellent. The connector is in place. Now we need one insert the stone and see how she responds.
Professor Urusha.
Warwick, so good to see you. Come to apologize. Don't. You're here now, and that's all that matters.
No, it's it. I mean, yes, I'm sorry for being waiting so long, but I can't apologize for that. I sent a petition for your inquiry. Your research is leading you nowhere, Professor. Well, it's better you resign than tarnish your legacy with this final project. So there's another petition. Now Professor AMANO has the signatures he needs to submit his petition. It was only a sign that I realized my mistake. That really holds secret to bygone errors. I'll do you find them, but now we may never have that chance.
I take it you've heard the good news.
Professor AMANO.
The faculty may hold the inquiry, Professor. As this should make your way to learner's meet, we should be the ending of your own career. You two may as well come along too. About the merry, as they say.
Always in a hurry, that one. You really must learn how to relax.
Boric,
Would you be a dear and do me a favor? Finish things party golden data. Once finished out, we will learn all we need to know when you can delay the inquiry only for a short time. Don't worry, it's making me long before the old girls just like this time. Oh, Barak, wait for me and learn his meat.
what's this? Only two of you? You're not going to tell me that the great Professor Rusha took the causeway out and fled, have you?
No, her sakes simply don't move as they used to. Would you care for a cup of tea while we wait? Perhaps it would be a visit to the lost town.
Barak, we are far past the time for guilt and regret. Would you not agree? But you need, how about you to look at these, please? No need to delay the inevitable. Anyway, on the safe parties, the inquiry will be here soon enough. Professor Rusha said we proves that she has no intention of defending herself. Now, let's make our way into the auditorium.
Allow me to address this hearing by stating that I have the utmost respect for you as a fellow academic, Professor Rusha. However, given the support behind this recent petition, we have no choice but to consider the matter of your continued tenure here at the studium. You stand accused of squandering studium funds on the restoration of a relic of questionable origin.
And she's used time and time again in my request to cease her activities. She's convinced the relic in question is some sort of mammoth. I've not witnessed it move even an elm. What's more, the grading of the found the so-called relic has history revealing counterfeits in the past. Is that right, Barak? I'm not Professor Amano. Nobody's perfect. For the 100th time, that mammoth is something special. We just need to be patient with her. Come on, little one. Show them.
I'm seeing things.
That proves nothing. How do we know you didn't ask this helping ghost to contrive a means for it to move on its own? Well, I suppose it's possible to confer as much. Tell me, did you do as Professor Namano suggests?
Only made the parts required to restore it. She speaks the truth. Naturally, some ability could doubtless make modifications to allow rudimentary movement, but I don't think even the best in Earth could achieve this.
Why is that the Tomater people, Professor AMANO?
As you recall, the art to produce strange noises some time ago in our workshop, until recently I realized those noises were syllables, and they matched those comprises the language found in this book. Now, my dear, would you kindly read an excerpt of the book? Oh, and please be sure to translate it into an language we can all understand. The serpent that sleeps in the deep slowly sheds its skin. Appalled. I recognize that passage. It's to do with the magic scroll's life stream, at least a page of what the serpent represents. It's the thing my research has uncovered thus far.
Then this relic is...
An ancient translation device, yes. Here has convinced Professor Rusha lost but her critical faculties. Though I was entirely wrong. I've been too quick to build over relatives, thinking about the many benefit they may have to mine. Research has been inquisitive and effective. I've only been selfish and overly prideful. Please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. Mr. Speed moved that post. It's Oh, stop, you need to be so dramatic. Now for your passion for linguistics, I would have discovered the importance of this relic. Well, would seem there's no further need of these proceedings. I make a suggestion we should consider working together. It's going to be at least just an arrangement to be mutually beneficial. What a fantastic idea. We'll have nothing more to work alongside Professor AMANO. Well, I would think of having pressure to some of the research without your intervention. We might commit a grave error and sons a perfectly capable researcher along with the work. Oh, well, it's the Lanceville, eh? Sit back to make us meet. I need to thank you properly for everything you've done.
I told you I was acting in your best interest, but, well... Professor, I'm more sorry than you'll ever know. Would you ever consider allowing me to work with your assistance once more? I'll give you all the time you need to this...
Listen, Boric, you don't need to apologize to me because nothing's changed between us. You never stop being my assistant. And please do yourself favors. I've been so hard on you several times. I couldn't ask for a better colleague. Well, I suppose there's one thing you could do with learning. Patience. Our work often takes time to bear results, after all. Now, are you ready to get back to work?
Oh, Professor!
Oh, what a nice surprise. Are you here to ask for a little friend's help?
Something like that, yes. The book I gave your sister was merely a bridge compilation of books in ancient languages. What I have now are a complete inscription of the text I'm presently studying.
I still must know what's written here. I spent far too long toiling away to their contents, no avail. I'm not too familiar with that feeling. I suppose all researchers are spurred on are the thirst for answers. So the answers will even help with these recent anomalies in live stream. I'm sure some of the other professors students would love to hear your findings.
Well, you thought recently generally reconcile the differences in this practice, but language might worry so easily.
Thank you once again, Kahori. You haven't stuck around to help as long as you did. I might have lost an irreplaceable assistant and countless colleagues. Thus, seeing nothing of the huge academic leap forward we're about to make thanks to all your hard work. I get better to repay with hard work of my own. When next you visit, I'll be sure to have a number of fascinating discoveries to share with you. I hope you're prepared, Boric. You have 2 professors to attend to now, so no more mobbing, alright? Oh, I'm quite sure I have no time for that. As I no longer have the roots as required higher additional help, you want no insistent now, Bordick, so do try to keep your wits about you.
Oh dear, what have I got myself into now? Well, at least the subject matter is interesting. Rouge are deeply moved by rivers. She now considers you a masterful relic restorer.
Found in translation, that's the achievement. Alright, we are gonna go ahead and take another break. On the other side of our break, we have 2 more to go. This is day 9, Endwalking with you, part of the Misadventures, on twitch.tv/homohomo2093. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. And we're back with the Misadventures of Kahori Harukawa on twitch.tv/homohomo2093. A designated non-spoiler stream brought to you by the Okami Roll Free Company of Coeurl. The pack that's got your back. I'm Bongo Boy Punctoid, the gift that keeps on giving. This is day 9 of Endwalking with you on Fantasy XIV quests. Batch 6.x Endwalker. Right now we are just doing some purchasing of some scripts, just emptying out all of our scripts. So we're gonna go ahead and before we get started with the remaining quests, we're just gonna go ahead and take care of some business here regarding some material. We have some X material. We're gonna try to attempt to extract it. That went well. Two out of three ain't bad. So we only have 2 quest chains remaining in this live stream. They are all gathering, and the good thing about it is that we have the strongest gathering gear. All of the gear and the primary arms are from purple scripts. The other arms are, these accessories are all 90 high quality, and the secondary arm is high quality with the exception of the Fisher, which is just a regular spear fishing gig. We're going to switch over to Botanist, but before that we're going to go ahead and offload some of our swag, and we also have some new stuff. Our retainers just came back from their ventures. Let's go ahead and deal with them. Alright. Well, that's done. Let's go ahead and do our next. Wait. Hinageshi. Excuse me, kind madam. Pay my forthrightness, but might I beg a moment of your time? I work under Professor Tank and I'm searching for capable partners to assist with this research. As your profession, is it not? In which case, I wish to discuss potential employment with the Faculty of Anthropology, something that is you have an interest in our work. Magnificent. Such as meet, where we currently find ourselves is a place where gleaners collect with the faculty and students of the studium. It allows us to acquire the necessary materials for our studies and also provides us with a place to store supplies and specimens. With your help, I believe I may be able to procure what is needed for the professor's research. Because such work is predicated on the assumption that Professor Tenkin has decided on a focus for his next project, which sadly he has not. Would you say he's the indecisive sort? Oh, that's exactly one way of putting it. Does Harry submit a research proposal to Sweden soon? If you're unable to secure funding for his work, why his very tenure could be cut short. It would be a great loss for the studium, as he is a remarkable scholar, the very definition of calm and collected, until he discovers something that piques his interest. And his eyes widen, his cheeks take on a rosy hue. Honestly, it's like he regresses to being a young boy. Returning to your topic at hand, your first task will be to procure Professor Tenkin himself. Might you find him somewhere in Numenon? Be so kind. Wonderful. And when you find him, pray offer him the decisive Archon look. Like as not, he's forgotten to eat as usual. The sheer size library can prove daunting at times, but I've spent enough time with the professor to know he's in there somewhere.
Damn it all. I succumbed to the sweet song of slumbering it again. She always strikes when I least expect it. I don't suppose you would happen to have a morsel of food to spare in your person. I still built it to quite the appetite while it's dead to the world. And I guess she sent you away. Of course she would insist I eat Archon loaf. There you have my things. I would not think me rude to indulge in that way. There sounds my stomach for all, truly indebted to you, madam. Dozing Mr. Research is all too common, and routinely known occurrence around here. There is no telling how long you would have slept if you not come when you did. Berkeley calls the mighty tale of researchers seeking a means to traverse the Ethereal Sea. He used to do so still amongst the living, you see, but they found him dead in the midst of a pile of books. Well, as neither here nor there, I think you come seeking employment. Your timing is quite fortuitous, as I but recently decided upon a topic of my thesis. Recommend me to search this meet once more, and I shall explain all to you there. There you are, my savior from slumber.
Professor, please, it'd be most rude to waste any more of the time. Why don't we discuss the book's next research program and what it is you require of her?
Yes, of course, time is of the essence. Honestly, Hinagishi, I do not know what I would do without you.
Well, it's most flattering, Professor. Thank you.
I mean, Hinagishi, I would be lost. Completely and utterly lost.
Professor Tinkin,
Yes, and quite famished besides. So was I on my research that I'd forgotten my head for rest and sustenance. But not for a kind gift, I surely would have expired by now.
I thought you meant, yes, of course, always happy to help.
Burning and research is deemed valuable to the studio. We are supplied by clothing, food, and shelter, for only bare essentials, mind you. You need but look around to know the veracity of my words. We do as we are instructed, researching and gathering resources, but what value do these things truly have in the grand scheme of things? There's already thousand civilizations and nothing has changed. Culture Charlotte remains as stagnant as the threadbare attire we wear day in and day out.
I must confess, you do have a point about our garments. Sure, my shirt and trousers be soiled or learn courses, but wear them inside out. To be perfectly honest, I have no real qualms with the way we live here in Charlene.
That's all well and good, Hinagishi. Would you be content to let your children live in such austere conditions? Your children's children?
It's children. Professor, why would you ever bring up such a thing?
A subject I've thought to broach for some time. After all, you should be my sole company for the foreseeable future. I am yours, correct?
Yes, I suppose you're right, and I'm perfectly content as we are. Of course, if you prefer other company. Perhaps I've come at a bad time.
First thought, I have long wished to have a third party and suggest you stay to aid with our research.
Third party, splendid.
I've resolved to change our current way of life. However, in order to do so successfully, I must first determine what cultures are best suited to blend with others. As such, my research will involve recreating the lifestyle of other cultures within this very building.
So that was the cosplay for Bravely. Well, it's a marvelous idea, Professor.
This is where your experience as a botanist comes into play. I will have you gather the materials necessary for said recreations. But we do have a great deal of resources on hand at present. They are yet inadequate for my plans. If you'll excuse me, I require time to consider which culture I shall attempt to emulate first.
I've never seen such an inspiring sight. It's pleased to see Professor Tinkin has at last chosen a subject for his research proposal. I myself have long been interested in the world's myriad peoples and their customs. In fact, that is precisely why I was so keen to work with gleaners, well versed as they are in the lords and lands. My parents too had a love for learning of other cultures. It was their fondness for the Far East and its beautiful flowers that gave them inspiration for my name. To my knowing origins, my name I gave much thought. That is, till one day I pressed comment on it in one of his enthralling lectures. However, it did not stop there. Professor Tinkin continued by musing on how even a single flower can go by many names. Different regions will know it differently after all. Then went on to talk about how a difference in location, language, and lifestyle can have a profound impact on how we think.
We all have our roots in the Far East, though I only know the Shoreland way of life.
He said,
I've long wondered what change might occur within my own mind should I someday visit my ancestral home. It is this very question which drives my research.
yes, even now I remember his words all so clearly. That lecture inspired me to take up my current post. Although I've done my utmost to assist him, I feel to present any findings so that we would not show my own achievements. Oh, I long to conduct research with him in the Far East, just the two of us. Just the two of you, eh? Oh, what are you implying with that tone? No, it's time I was honest for once. See, I'm rather fond of Professor Tankin. To be honest, it's more a little disconcerting that he has unnoticed my feelings when even you have. However, given that his current research is squarely focused on creating a better life for us, I feel this is an opportunity I cannot pass up. But I have no experience in matters of the heart. Like a fool, my youth was spent with my nose buried in books. Would you, perchance, be more experienced in matters of romance? I would be forever grateful for your help in winning the professor's affections. Truly, you helped me? Thank you so much.
Well, you two certainly seem to be getting along.
Oh, Professor, have you come to a decision?
As you're just as aware, Charlotte is perfectly cold all year round. However, this led to rapid progress in our ability to control our environs. The thing pushes back more than labyrinthos. It's so pleasantly warm down there, you would be forgiven for thinking you were somewhere altogether more tropical. This inspired me to look at the lifestyles of those who actually reside in balmy climes. We had happened upon a discovery or two that would never be made simply shivering in the cold. In line with this, the culture we shall seek to learn first is none other than Razarhans.
Splendid!
We need to go and collect a few things that can only be obtained at Razarhan proper, and Akeshi will brief you in more detail.
Back to the Anthropology student deliveries unlocked. We now undertake deliveries for the Faculty of Anthropology of the students. Speak to Nagishi to learn more. I made a list of a few harness staples we require to emulate life in Razarhan, and, well, there's certainly quite a few things you would struggle to procure here in Charlian. There is one in particular which is used to make both vibrant dyes and special spices. Good, best of luck gathering this stuff there. The harness staples you require can be gathered near the Giant Skull grounds. Faculty and Anthropology deliveries are now available. By delivering the required items to Yankeshi and raising yourself in her esteem, you can help bring her and Professor Tenkin a little closer together. Only mean one thing, we're heading over to the Great Brook. Giant Skull Grounds. Hanish Staples. First off, we'll collect these.
Won't get very far with at least a few goods from the region speak to Emily, but trust we have no trouble procuring what we need. Oh my, what fine specimens you found. So vibrant. Yes, they will be most helpful indeed. Thank you. These leaves are desiccated before being turned into spices. They are commonly found in Hannish cooking, as you might expect, but alchemists there also use them to fashion various medicinal tinctures. Professor taking neglecting time brought them and set to work emulating Hannish culture. Most colorful, would you not agree? Alas, one would surely freeze to death wearing these clothes in Charlotte for very long. And while the cuisine is quite delectable, I must say it's rather spicy for my own palate. Perhaps the love for spices developed out of necessity.
Upon hypothesis indeed, Nagishi. We respond to expire all too quickly in climes such as Razatan. Copious of spices don't help to increase one's appetite, also mass any unpleasant odors that may come from food on the brink of spoiling. And with spoiling food comes the risk of harmful bacteria, like the reason for the region's struggles with sickness over the years. I can think of no better catalyst for innovation in medicine than the mastery of alchemy. This, for example, a tonic to raise the body's core temperature to protect from the cold.
Resourceful as always. Thank you, Professor.
Rather than penchant for colorful hues, I believe I understand the reasoning for that as well. Simply put, primary colors stand out even under the unrelenting rays of the sun, hence everything from their buildings to their bracelets are made in bold primary colors. And each color represents different concepts. Red, for example, represents fire. Its close relative orange represents the spiritual fire that rages within one's soul, the red source of life itself. This is why they believe orange to be an auspicious color for would-be mothers and the like.
Would be. You don't say. Why, that is good to know, Professor. What else can you tell us about Razatan?
Oh, plenty. But I find experience to be the better teacher, so come, let us live as the Hannish do. I'm sure it will happen under countless discoveries.
Oh, this is all going rather swimmingly. This research might bring us closer together, and our dream would end up living together. Of course, I'm being lost without your help. For that, you have my thanks. And I guess she's pleased with the efforts. She now considers you a fledgling matchmaker. You come at a good time. I do believe the professor has another assignment for you.
Good to see you, my friend. We were in the midst of summarizing what we learned living an approximation of the Hannish lifestyle. While we commit our thoughts to parchment, I would ask you to acquire a few things we need for our next sampling of culture.
And where did you have in mind exactly?
Garlemald.
The Empire? Oh my, I certainly wasn't expecting that. Do you truly believe there's aught we can learn from them to improve our way of living?
I understand your trepidation, Nagish. While the history is filled with countless invasions and much suffering,
may come a day where we live in peace alongside the people of Garlemald.
I realize how unlikely that may seem at present.
It's unchangeable PC now. There may soon come a day where they seek shelter here in Sharlayan. Or they cannot manipulate ether as we do. We should better understand their culture should we need to play the hospitable host. Now, I feel like a fool for thinking of only pursuing this project to put the lives of those personally called Sharlayan home. Such genius.
To that end, I would ask you to procure a most essential staple of Garlean living.
Speaking ore unique to the region and certain fruit that there has to grow even in the coldest of climates. Oh, and do not fret, you don't need to bring back both. One or the other will suffice. The constables you require can be gathered around Camp Broken Glass. Garlean staples. That's what we need to search.
We have been relying on the tomes of Numenon and existing theses in order to accurately emulate foreign cultures, and I realize that there are a great many things you would never discover without experiencing them firsthand. Goodness, I did not expect you to bring back specimens of such quality. This will make our work much easier. This fruit is fantastic at growing even in the coldest conditions. Can't wait to experience garland cuisine for myself and see firsthand how it's been shaped by the climate. Professor Tenkin and Hinageshi take the items you brought them and set to work emulating garland culture. I must say, I'm warming up to these cozy clothes and matchstick heaters. All this would definitely improve life in Charlian.
Alas, we were granted permission to use the heaters for the duration of our research. We'll have to return them to the studio after we're done.
That said, I think I just feel a bit of sweat trickle down my neck. Perhaps I won't miss them as much as I thought.
I take it you have no need of this piping hot garlic cuisine, cooked with magic kitchen utensils.
Oh, Professor, no, I would gladly sample any food prepared with skillful hands such as yours.
Provided one is given the necessary instruction, even Charlie would operate these Magitech devices. And at the heart of all Magitech lies ceruleum, a most efficient and convenient energy source, indifferent to the whims of nature, like wind and hydraulic power. It's the best production of the Empire to bring Magitech to the people at large, with requirements of the manufacturing process, such as putting them surplus time and manpower, which they apply to even greater innovations. That said, the importance of alternatives to this rule cannot be ignored. It is, after all, a finite resource. If we completely squander the world's resources, we will inevitably suffer for our lack of foresight.
Professor, this looks exquisite. I thought it was much way of studying Hanish culture, but you really are a fantastic cook.
Flatter me, Hinageshi. I'll be nothing without the recipes that guide me, although it does warm my heart to see you enjoy my cooking so. There are many, many dishes I still wish to try my hand at. I'd be delighted you are willing to sample them as well.
Oh, it'll be my pleasure. Is my imagination that the professor has been more affectionate toward me of late? Makes me wonder what will become our relationship when his usage reaches its conclusion. Oh, but I must stop daydreaming. There's yet work to be done. Hinageshi is delighted with your efforts. He now considers you a novice matchmaker. Oh, I'm possibly desperate to know what culture we shall experience next.
Welcome back, my friend. We will be continuing our experience as Garlands a while longer, though I would like you to set about procuring materials for the next step in our research. But to be honest, I'm still to decide on where that step might be.
Thus far we lived as a people to the freezing cold in the first seat, so today it's time to decide on an altogether different sort of inclement environment.
Spot on as always, Hinageshi. The people of Garland may have overcome nature's fear with their strenuous technology, but they are far too reliant on ceruleum. Consider this. How would they cope if they were suddenly unable to obtain their precious fuel? One should never be without a contingency plan, in case they are thrust into much less hospitable environs.
That is certainly true. However, what kind of culture could take root in an area that is effectively uninhabitable?
That's precisely what I've been mulling over of late, Nagashi.
Which exactly culture could come to exist in such places? The issue is, well, such regions tend to be uninhabited as a result of their harsh conditions.
In short, there is no one that meets my criteria to begin with.
Inhabiting the uninhabitable. Yes, it does seem to be something of a paradox, but there could be more merit in investigating the idea.
Your world travel adventure, yes? Can you think of any place that may suit our curious criteria?
What of Mare Lamentorum?
A settlement on the moon by the name of Mare Lamentorum? Well, that would certainly fill our grounds, but if it truly exists, as if one can travel to the moon on a whim. You're being entirely serious, aren't you? Racist. You never fail to surprise.
Indeed. Oh, I feel obliged to mention that we know absolutely nothing of life on the moon, assuming it is even possible. Pray to Mare Lamentorum, get whatever items you believe are necessary to recreate life there.
The lunar staples you require can be gathered at Helmdal's last site. This way, Sparrow.
I don't suppose you know how best to store items on the moon. I wish to avoid accidentally ruining any precious samples you acquire on our behalf.
Wait a minute. First off, we have to empty out our thing.
By the 12, you really are capable of travel to the moon. I know nothing of life on its surface, but even at a glance I can recognize the outstanding quality of these samples. These are carrots, aren't they? Not that I'd expect to be found growing on the moon, but thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Tank and Hinageshi take the items you brought them and set to work emanating lunar culture. Professor, are you certain this is representative of life on the moon?
But of course it is, Hinageshi. My information comes from the Deliveries, a race that calls Marlamatorum home.
Well, that is well and good, but is it necessary for us to don these ridiculous outfits?
Why, well, I thought it might be help us to experience life as the Deliveries do.
And as for all these carrots, make no mistake, Professor, it's wonderful to know that agriculture is possible even on the moon. But if your diet composed entirely of one type of root vegetable, will not hold up to scrutiny.
That may be so, but civilizations know how to move and adapt countless times throughout history. They're not always able to eat exactly what they long for. There may come a day when we are too are forced to move to the moon.
The professor doesn't seem to be enjoying himself much. Perhaps he's not especially fond of carrots. I realize there must be an opportune time to focus on my romantic pursuits. Soon my time will come. I can feel it. Inageshi is overjoyed with your efforts. He now considers you an experienced matchmaker. A new quest continuing on the Faculty of Anthropology is now available. I wonder what culture we shall be examining next. Knowing even the moon is inhabitable, the possibilities seem endless. A
bear good tidings. Permission has been granted for our voyage.
I decided it was about time we went and experienced other cultures firsthand rather than recreate them here in our workshop.
Fabulous idea indeed. Where are we going, Professor?
Ingashi. Kugane, to be specific.
Oh, how wonderful.
Though our journey has been approved, we can afford to tarry. We have been granted but a short amount of time to stay here, you see. Are you perchance knowledgeable of the Far East? In that case, could we ask you to act as our guide? You have my thanks. We should arrive at pier number 2 when we reach Kugane. Pray meet us there when you're ready. Do a little bit of a quick pit stop. We're gonna make a quick pit stop over to Rad's Hand to pick up a couple of tomes of folklore. That takes care of that. We can head over to Kugane. Sometime later. We braved the experimental light right. It came via Ratsatan. Let's try to surprise both. They were renting local attire, and I was not about to pass up the opportunity to dress in authentic Gingan garb.
I still can't quite believe I'm here this far in land with the professor.
Now, where is Kugane Castle? Wherever it is, it does not seem to be visible from here. Would you happen to know a better place to take in its splendor? Tasagari Bridge, maybe? Tasagari. I really like the sound of that. Very well. Show us the way.
fortress was formidable. To be an island like Charlene, it's quite clear our cultures are as night and day. However, one must keep in mind that Kokine is unlikely to be a true representation of life in Gashi. While this port town is but a tiny part of a larger region, sadly the only section of it open to the wider world. If we are to get a truly accurate picture, we must speak with the locals. Speak of which, this place is surprisingly peaceful considering recent events. We cast out the controls of the information allowed into the area, which is the question, how much is known by those here regarding affairs in the rest of the world? Unless they are convinced they are strong enough to weather any storm alone. At any rate, our work here is certain to provide a most enlightening experience. Already am I glad for this trip.
Professor, if possible, I would like very much to visit the Umineko tea house and sample their tango. I've heard many good things.
Inagishi, do not forget why we are here. We are researchers, not tourists. You would do well to remember that.
My apologies, Professor.
Forgive me, I didn't mean to upset you. For the long journey has left me on edge. Kokine does indeed thrive on tourism, and you are not wrong to deem that aspect of their culture worthy of investigation.
You're too kind, Professor.
Now, let's pay a visit to Pier Number 1 and take in the storehouse, then make our way to Kojia.
Adventures of the trainers have already completed their adventures. So, en route to Pier Number 1. Go ahead and probably after we're about to head back home, we'll go ahead and take care of the retainers here. First, we have to go ahead and take care of worker in Gugane.
Oh, so sweet, sweeter perhaps, even than the garland eaters. It is an honor to witness the forging of Kukine's world-famous katana blades. Ah, but we must forget why we have come here. I suppose it is Inagishi's turn to rebuke me. Inagishi? Where could she have gone? So on transport the sights out of the city, I cannot rightly say when I last saw her. Let's split up and search for her. Check the Ishin district. I will search on Kokenidori.
A woman lost on the streets, you say? A tourist would have no cause to come this way. You would be better served searching in the gates of Kukune Castle. Much of the city can be seen from there. You'll excuse me.
Hinegashi,
We found you at last.
Professor, thank goodness. I thought he was wanted here long enough to come eventually.
yes, we did plan on visiting the castle, didn't we? I had expected you would memorize our itinerary. What happened? Could have sworn you were right behind me.
Well, I was approached by Merchant Koga and Adora who were making for Pier 1. I stopped to say I wasn't interested. When I turned around, you were nowhere to be seen. I'm not being so careless. You did warn me not to behave as a tourist after all.
No, I should have been more attentive. When engrossed in my work, my surroundings all but fade away. The thought of you lost, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Kukune, my heart was fit to burst. But to see you here safe and sound, words fail to express my relief. I can only imagine the stress I've caused you.
Well, Professor,
What can I do to comfort her? That's it.
Trouble sorry to ask this of you, but I wish to fashion a hairband for Hinegashi to lift the spirits. Might I trouble you to procure the necessary materials?
The Ruby Sea is said to be a treasure trove of resources. Perhaps you can find something there, along the shore or beneath the waves.
Thank you.
I'll be fool to leave her alone, so I'll wait with her here until you return. The airplane materials you require can be found in Onokoro. But before that, our retainers have returned, so we're gonna go ahead and deal with them first. say the Ruby Sea is a treasure trove of natural resources. I'm certain you can find what I need there. Absolutely stunning. I shall waste no time in taking this to a craftsman. Pay keep Hinagishi company here while I'm gone.
Where do you suppose the professor's run off to? I suppose it doesn't matter. I'll only prove a hindrance were I to accompany him further.
My apologies for disappearing like that. I went on a little errand to have this made for you, Hinagishi.
Wait, the flaw in this hairpin is...
Nothing gets past you. Indeed, it is the flower of the locust here known as a Hinagishi. It would be shame were we to return home from our travels empty-handed. I hope it is to your liking.
It's perfect. Thank you, Professor. I shall treasure it for all my days.
Strange. These excursions to other lands are a sort of a stressful ordeal. With Hinagishi, though, things are different. But there's no time for self-reflection. We must needs survey the rest of the town postes. Let's make for the Harukawa district, followed by the Bokairo Inn. Ah, but wait. Before all that, we must pay a visit to the Umineko tea house to sample the finest dango and tea.
Thank you, Professor. I can hardly wait.
The springs were exquisite, though it was the view that took my breath away. It struggled to believe that on the other side of this ocean lies Doma and the Asm Steppe, my ancestral home. How I would love to travel there just once to see how the nomads live firsthand.
You will, Professor, someday. I shall be by your side when we do.
I should like that very much. Thus, the time has come for us to return to Charlian. Best up by searches mean once you return. I would see you compensated for your work here.
Ah, it's good to be home. Traveling is lovely, of course, but best enjoyed in moderation like all good things. I shall hope you have some place to call home as well. When I bid you return there and take a well-deserved rest, I will be in touch again once we're ready to resume our work. You know, on our return voyage to Charlotte, the professor said he'd been duly inspired and eager to continue our work. What culture do you suppose he intends to study next? Ah, Professor. Now that we're all gathered, might we discuss your plans moving forward?
Yes, of course.
Our research thus far on the lifestyles of peoples in various regions has proved quite enlightening. However, after much deliberation, I have concluded that to merely compare and contrast locations alone will not suffice. No, we must consider different time periods as well.
Oh my, well, I suppose that means to be studying Alec then. I'm thinking around the bygone cultures worthy of scrutiny.
I understand full well why you reached that conclusion. However, first you have upon records that there exists a civilization that predates elegance. A civilization older than time, far more advanced than one might believe possible.
It sounds a fantasy, I know, but if it truly exists, I wish to recreate that paradise.
I've seen part of it, a place called Opus.
Please, tell us all you know.
A facility for the testing of creation magics. Fascinating.
For anyone else, I would call them mad, but you did travel to the moon.
I realize I'm asking a great deal of you, but if there is a way to procure relics of that age, I'll be eternally grateful. I will make preparations on for your return. This may yet prove to be the discovery of a lifetime. Anything you can bring back to us will surely prove a boon to this research. The Series work branded in Anagnosis. Anagnosis. Okay. Elpis Staples. Anagnosis. This one here.
Part of me thinks it odd that we now strive to emulate an ancient civilization. But after all, we were taking a step back. Though, if this helps us as advanced as you say, perhaps it would be a step forward. Goodness me, this material is unlike anything I've ever seen. Honestly, I find it hard to believe it is as old as you say. All the better for our work, I suppose. I was expecting the materials to be quite so large. However, did they manage to use them for crafting, I wonder? President Tenka and Hinegashi took the items you brought them and set to work emulating Elpis culture. I beg your pardon, Professor. My apologies, Kichi. I was imagining what the people of Elpis might have sounded like. We did our best to recreate the culture based on what you told us. Frankly, it felt like I wandered to a fairy tale at times, but I do find their way of life has its merits. They do not waste time with the frivolous. Everything has a clear, functional purpose. Perhaps I find their clothes make it rather difficult to go about one's duties. It is entirely possible they didn't need to engage in physical labor. Their proficiency in creation magics may have led to the decline of their physical frames. Wielding writing quills and such was no doubt a simple matter, but it is unlikely they could bear anything weighty. What role do you suppose these masks played exactly, when you have their reverses showing their faces? I suppose they distinguish each other not by their outward appearances, but by their ether. Or perhaps they all let all such belonging lives simply had no need to express themselves as individuals. In such a sophisticated civilization managed by the blink of an eye, I wonder if all cultures are ultimately destined to meet the same fate. We will discover that answer due time, I'm sure. A part of me wishes we could live like this forever.
An interesting idea, Hinegashi. I'm not so sure it is a wise one. Still, it's gladdening to see you enjoy the cultures of the old world so.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. Not exactly. I was merely thinking how nice it'd be if every day could be like this, experiencing new ways of living together. Studying the length and breadth of people's history as a whole, we could see not but trends and tendencies. Like this, however, taking a glimpse of their lives day by day, the parallels between our cultures become quite clear. The ancients of Elpis no doubt enjoyed the simple pleasures of life as we do, taking each day as they came. It's also lovely we could do the same, enjoying the simple pleasures of life, one day at a time.
Why, Hinegashi? You're exactly right. I sometimes feel I learn more from you than I do my own research.
You flatter me, Professor, but never said worthy of such praise. Hinegashi is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you a veteran matchmaker. Before we go to the next one, I'm just going to go ahead and dump our stones. One token short of getting the next tome, but probably this next one we should be able to. We'll have to wait and see. We have already amassed so much data for the precious research. I cannot imagine where we will turn our attention to next.
Good, you're here. There's something I wish to discuss with you both. I'll be informing the student that my research has concluded.
What? But why?
My apologies for keeping this from you, but my research had an ulterior motive. It was, in fact, part of a contingency plan devised by the Forum. That plan being mass exodus to another star. The true goal was to determine what cultures were worthy of preservation, how said preservation might be accomplished.
I don't understand. They're saying the Forum resigned itself to abandoning this world.
But it's so, yet the fact remains that culture can only survive and thrive through the people who share in it. Any knowledge we might feasibly preserve now is no different than mere atoms collecting dust in the halls of the studium. Which is why, apart from research being conducted at Labyrinthos, we're tasked with finding suitable cultural elements we might actively preserve for those in the future. It was during a most recent endeavor that I found my answer to this great conundrum. Hence, there's no need for further research. I need to simply summarize our findings in my thesis.
My sincere thanks to you for all your hard work. Truly the pleasure's all mine. Pity our work must come to an end.
I suppose. Did you have any plans for after our research was finished?
I cannot say that I do. Our work together has been so engaging, I could scarcely think of what else. In fact, it has been quite some time since I paid visit to my parents. Which reminds me, they said they found a new suitor when we last spoke. Something to look forward to on the voyage home, I suppose.
A suitor?
Gods, am I too late? Won't she stay a short while longer? What do I do now?
Hmm?
I was hoping she would accompany me in my next venture. Researcher, I say research was more of a,
Oh, Tengen, such right about thinking how you got yourself into this mess. My recent endeavors together with Hideyoshi made me realize just how much she means to me. It is the foolishness of harboring these inquisitive feelings, but I cannot contain them no longer. Which is precisely why I intend to propose.
There's nothing foolish about love, Tengen.
Thank you, my friend. I certainly hope you're right. But before I propose, if your friend will know how she feels about the matter, for that I require your help.
I understand you would rather not involve yourself in such a personal matter.
You will help me? Surely. As hope is not yet lost. You see, my plan was to fashion an eternity ring. Really something verbal, but I ask you to procure materials for the ring from the place where Hideyoshi and I first worked together, Labyrinthos. I shall see to the rest, and have hopefully steeled my nerves in the interim. The eternity material required can be found in Muriel Agronomics. We need to get pieces of eternity ring material. Want something suitable? I don't mean to rush you, but your time is not on our side. Thank you. Now to set about fashioning the rings. Before I go, may I ask one last favor of you? Please deliver this letter to Hinageshi.
Still hardly believe I worked for this Italian server. It was supposed to me to go so taxed, I know, but I've never been so happy as when I'm with him. Part of me wishes he felt the same, but now I've grown closer in the short time we had together. Unless life rarely accepts expectations, but I think you can well help. I better be going now.
A letter? From the professor? Says you wish to discuss his future works in the studio and that I am to return immediately. Well, he should be readying his thesis. Whatever could be so urgent? Only one way to find out, I suppose. Deliver the letter? Good. Now, but I need to wait for her arrival. Sorry to keep you waiting, Professor. Thank you for returning such short notice. You see, there is something I must tell you. To be truth, how should I say this? You know your method that you wish to discuss further matters with me. Have you perchance decided on another subject of study? No, not exactly, you see. I would like to officially list you as the lead author of my current thesis. After this will require you to contribute extensively to its composition as well. A fine opportunity for you to put forth writings of your own as well. You would trust me with the position of lead author. The author, of course, but as you did most of the work, I cannot possibly steal the plaudits you so rightfully earned. Nonsense. I will learn so much from you in the course of our research. It would be nigh fraudulent of me to take all the credit. Is that so? I had no idea. Well, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Professor Tenkin, for I cannot stay. My parents have come with arrangements for me to meet with this new suitor they found, and so I must return home at once. You shall do nothing of the sort. Professor, please, there's still plenty of time until the thesis must be submitted, correct? Surely I can stand to wait until I met with...
This is not what concerns me, Gishi. It's, didn't you prepare a gift for her? Oh, yes, of course. Not for you, if your manners are going to better me. Thank you. Our work together has taught me a most valuable lesson. It's not an environment makes a home, for the people one it shares it with. In time, those people may form the deepest of bonds. Nagashi, the time we spent together has been the happiest of my life. I do not wish for it to end. Say that you will stay with me, that we may enjoy the simple pleasures of life together, one day at a time. I was thinking, I didn't know what to say. You are well within your rights to refuse if that is your want. If you choose to be bonded with the suit of yours, I will not stop you. Sounded? Whatever are you talking about? Did you not say your parents found you a suitor? No, you have it all wrong, but it's not for me. It's a business partner, or my parents. Your parents? You didn't know my parents about botanists, yes? They were recently introduced to a potential financial supporter who should know more of my research interests. There are other opportunities to secure funding for our next venture, so I agreed to meet with him. Next venture? Of course, you won't get rid of me so easily, Professor. There's so much for us to see, so much to do. Then, does this mean you have accepted my proposal? Proposal? I'm not sure I follow. And may I ask why you have that ring? Well, you see, this ring is used in the ceremony of eternal bonding, and I was hoping you might join me in the recreation of the ceremony. Recreation? Absolutely not. Let us be the first of many real experiences together, Nagashi. Will you join me in the ceremony of eternal bonding? Thought you would never ask. I know what the future holds, but as long as we are together, and our days will be filled with joy and happiness. After new experiences, endless possibilities. This was so sudden. You told me this was a dream. I might be inclined to believe you. Nevertheless, it gladens me to know that we continue living together as we are. Small change of pace now and again would not be a terrible idea. Perhaps we'll take a trip to one of thesis is dealt with. Speaking of trips, we will have to pay a visit to my parents first and foremost.
A splendid idea.
I had a feeling you'd think so. But for all that, I wish to thank you. Our great work and most importantly for bringing the two of us together. I believe I speak for us both when I say you have our eternal gratitude. Connecting will be happy with efforts. She now considers you a master matchmaker. Tis not hereafter. And we have only one more to go. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. Do a little glamour change. The last one remaining is Fisher. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. On the other side, we're gonna go ahead and do this final quest chain. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Here we are, the final quest chain. This is Fisher. This is part of day 9 of Endwalking with you, Final Fantasy XIV quests for patch 6.x Endwalker. We've already done the other 4 studio quest chains, but this is the last one remaining. And Talakatia is our person.
Could it be? Yes, you must be the cleaner I heard so much about. Let me get straight to the point. Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Talakatia, and I am an associate professor in the faculty of Anthropology here. To tell the truth, I'm in a bit of a bind. I'm scheduled to make a major presentation at the conference in the near future, but as ashamed as I am to admit it, I've not been able to get enough data to properly finish my thesis. If I'm unable to put my ball in my research, then my funding is all but certain to dry up. As you can see, the stakes are high. You have the look of an adept angler about you, am I right? So you could be just the person I need. This section here is one I've rented out for my work. Might I interest you taking a look? Impressive, isn't it? I bet you've never laid eyes on such a fine fish tank before. Certainly, as you can see, it's entirely devoid of fish. No, I'm supposed to tell about my work. You see, I research water veins. Not just linear ones, mind you, but also carry ether, not like the live stream, or the etheric currents in the wind. Life is naturally drawn to areas abundant in ether, which is why you might observe that public fishing spots are often also ether rich. My research focuses in particular on veins which carry especially high concentrations of ether, currents commonly known as spectral currents. Are you perchance familiar with the phenomenon?
Seen one before.
Oh, I'd expect nothing less from a veteran gleaner. I must say, it was nice to be someone familiar with such of my life's work. In any current, meant, the most important point to remember is just how important ether currents are for aquatic life. Look at it that way, it's possible to identify how strong the local ether currents are by studying the fish and other aquatic life in any given area. And that's where we come full circle. I require specimens of fish from various bodies of water to confirm my hypothesis regarding underwater ether currents. Here's the rub. The area is worth researching also happened to be the hardest to reach. Of course, I would really burst risking the journey myself, only worry for not my condition. Ah, yes, I suppose I should explain. Well, simply, I long suffered from a particularly nasty case of ether sickness. Can you use the ether sort of teleportation magics? Well, no, when your work particularly depends on such things, to say the least. I know. An etherologist who can't stomach ether. I wouldn't believe it. We're not living this nightmare myself.
Perhaps you're skeptical. I have an idea. Follow me to the Etherite Plaza and I'll show you just how bad I've got it.
Oh, there you are. Alright, what's closely now? Oh, you see, I'm feeling so queasy. It's all I could do to hold down the contents of my stomach. Oh, it's spinning. Someone make it stop. Okay. Well, there you have it. A condition to manifest itself all over the ground for you.
I say, Talaka, are you quite alright?
Professor Nell.
I see your condition's as bad as ever. One would think you'd avoid a place like this. And you perchance assisting Talaka with his research. The boy may suffer from terrible ether sickness, but as a scholar, he has as much potential as anyone I've seen. You develop an eye for these things when you've been in academia for as long as I have. But I must be on my way. I very look forward to reading your finished thesis, Talaka. See you. Eric, did I mention that I don't handle pressure particularly well? I barely read the introduction to my paper. Personnel is already selling it up to his peers. How can I possibly live up to his expectations? Incidentally, Professor Nell is one of the leading authorities in the world of etherology.
Some would even say he's the equal of Master Matoya. For some reason, he seems to have taken a liking to me. He's the one who pushed for the school to allow me to form my own research team as a personal trial phase of program to support young scholars. Otherwise, humble associate professors such as myself would never be able to conduct such an ambitious project.
And yet, I run the risk of losing everything if I don't turn my potential into actual results of the upcoming conference.
Not only will make my own research team be disbanded, but there's a high likelihood the Professor Nell's program will be terminated. Meaning they know the young scholar would ever again receive the opportunity I did. The very future of the stadium is at stake. For other people so I can drink my worries away, sadly I handle alcohol about as well as I handle either. But I mean, I'm good at dealing with inner pressure, but one thing is certain, for Professor Nell's sake, I mustn't fail. I cannot! That's why I pick of you. Pray help me. There's no one else whom I can turn. Leave it to me.
Thank you, thank you. You're a shining beacon of hope for all young scholars here in Charlian.
Now let's head back to search speed so we can get to the task. I shall meet you back in my office.
Oh, Kahori, I was just compiling a list of fish that I'll be needing for my research. Let me know when you're ready to get fishing. I'll be on exactly what I asked you to do.
Etherology studium deliveries have been unlocked.
Alright then, shall we get started? To review, we've got samples of aquatic life from various bodies of water. Then I might analyze them and ascertain the current state of respective regions as underwater ether currents. Before I send you off to far-flung locales, I'd like to gather data from somewhere nearby. Collecting samples from stable, controlled environmental labyrinthos should give me a good basis with which to compare any future findings. To that end, I'd like to ask you to catch me some giant ether lice, and a fair share of them, to ensure a representative sample size. According to my preliminary research, they swim in abundance near the Fretic Conduit, and have a noted fondness for gold salmon roe.
Gold salmon roll. One of our big retainers, Shoko Nishimiya, has that. So I'll go ahead and procure that. Now we need to catch 6 of these. Fretic Conduit. That's where it's located, right there.
go ahead and right here. This is the ferritic conduit right there next to the outer circuit. Right, let's give this a shot. We see a giant ether dice. We're gonna go hit the identical cast. So far we've already got 4 giant ether lights for collectibles, but we need 2 more. Looks like our retainers have gotten their ventures taken care of. So on our way back to Old Charlin, we're gonna have to go ahead and take care of the retainers. Down to 18 row. got the collectibles we needed. We're gonna head back over to the studio.
I really like catching the slice. If not, I suggest heading to the Virgin Convict with some gold salmon on your tackle box. That's what you futures call it, yes? You bought the Etherlights I requested. Splendid. I must analyze these at once and record my findings. Thanks to your efforts, I have been able to compile a full set of reference data. Now I can finally get started on spots further afield. Before that, I haven't yet explained my research to you in detail, have I? Simply put, there's a certain hypothesis I want to prove. In studies of the years, I've come to believe that much like the tide ebbs and flows at the base of the moon, so too does the underwater ether currents that cover our entire planet. When the concentration of ether in any given current changes, aquatic life area grows more or less abundant, which ultimately affects the currents of the ocean itself. My hope is that, if I can prove this and accurately predict these changes, we might theoretically identify the best times for fishing, and know when it's safest to navigate the seas. Needless to say, it'd be a major breakthrough, and I'm one step closer to realizing it all, thanks to you.
Ah, Talakwa, looks like your research is progressing well.
Professor Nello!
I heard that your friend here has started gathering samples for you, so I brought a few choice toys with me that might serve to point you in the right direction.
As always, you're too kind, Professor. I can't thank you enough.
Don't mention it. When the time comes to your research bears fruit, that will be all the things I need. You might find developing compelling hypotheses so has impressed me. You lacked only for a skilled gleaner to help you overcome the limits of your affliction. I'll be watching this new partnership of yours with great interest.
Phew! Why, the world is actually not so bad. Just having you around has already taken a huge weight off my shoulders. Up until now, Professor Nell's confidence in me only made me feel pressure to deliver something I wasn't even sure I was capable of.
But now I've finally started to make some tangible progress. It's all because of you. For the first time, I feel like I may have a bright future in academia after all. Yes, I have a feeling everything is going to go swimmingly, no pun intended, as long as you're by my side.
Lakatia is pleased with your efforts. He now considers you a dependable fisher. Oh, look it. Do you notice the fish tank, by the way? I went ahead and put one of my research specimens in it. Quite the looker, would you say? I tell you, so many things have fallen into place ever since you showed up. I haven't even time my life analyzing all this data. I'm going to continue my analysis of Etherlights, of course, but I will task another gleaner with such mundane tasks. Instead, I'd like to make use of your skills by having you visit an area I've long been fascinated with. I speak of the ocean surrounding Thavner. There is to believe there is significant change in the currents of those waters located around the time of calamity. Professor Nell showed me some data from 20 years prior. I will compare it with current data to ascertain if I am correct. The waters around Thavner, you see, have long been one of the focal points of Professor Nell's research. I wish to study them more to honor his work.
also using as a starting point for my own. Before we go, however, a word of warning. Ever since the calamity, the region is notorious for shipwrecks. I realize you are a seasoned professional, but I fully understand if you don't want to take on the risk. Oh, thank you. I know I could count on you. Anyhow, I'd like you to fish the same species of personnel studied 20 years ago, to wit, the Garjana wrasse. According to the books the professor gave me, they live near the Great Runoff and are known to enjoy nibbling on shrimp balls. And that's true. You say about that, yes?
In this case, we're gonna head over to the Great Wreck and see if we can find some bait from our merchant and vendor, that is shrimp balls. And the location to go is called the Great Runoff. First we have to get the bait. Now that we have our shrimp balls, have to look for the Great Runoff. It's here. Okay. And with that, it's back to old Charlene.
Have you managed to reel any wrasse? According to my reference, they live in relative abundance. It is a great run-up and paper at the taste of shrimp balls. Speaking of which, how do you plan to travel to Thamner? I suspect teleportation magic is the most immediate way, if sadly not one available to me. In either event, do take care. Dear me, what an impressive specimen. This will allow me to collect data as complete as personnel's from 2 decades ago. I can't wait to compare my findings. Well, I dare say I have more than enough samples now. Pray wait for just a moment. I'm going to ask personnel to take a look.
It's not every day you ask after me, Talaka. I trust this means that your research is coming along well.
Better than I could have imagined. As a matter of fact, I was hoping to hear your thoughts on my latest findings. Compare my data with yours of 2 years ago. I can say with confidence the concentration of ether in the area didn't show an increased around the time of the calamity. From these numbers, you would posit that smaller precious species in the area have increased in abundance 7-fold. No generous in particular is known for protecting self-predators by creating disturbances in the surrounding ether. A population increase of such scale would undoubtedly result in a dramatic impact on its habitat. Which will go a long way to explain the countless shipwrecks. The sheer number of these fish will surely play havoc with ships' ether compasses.
Outstanding work, Talaka. Of course, more data will need to prove your assertions as fact. Should all true, however, this could be a discovery of no small import. Oh, to think of it, I remember you showing me considerable interest in my research into the seas around there. What exactly was it that drew you to my work?
Oh, it's just well, I always found the figure somewhat unnatural. Call it a hunch, but I couldn't help but feel like it warranted further research.
Ah, then that's the true spirit of scholar. Everything about epic-making discoveries have been started by observation of a irregularity or curiosity. With an intuition, power, suspicion, you're going to go places, Talaka. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced.
You flatter me, Professor.
Take care not to let it go to your head. Your potential won't be stifled if you allow yourself to be content with minor progress and vain praise.
Oh, of course, Professor. I will redouble my efforts and work harder than ever to deliver results. And on that note, I'd guess best to get to work summarizing my findings and conclusion in my thesis. If I were to identify explicit correlation among the post-calamity change in ether concentration, the explosion of the fish population, and the increase in shipwrecks, it will go a long way towards proving my theory correct. Of course, I'll be needing more fish specimens before that can happen. By warning, I might have to send you to even more hazardous locales. I'm sure you're up to the challenge, yes? Splendid. That's for this is the most invigorated I've ever felt about my research. Now, where to start?
Loquity is delighted with your efforts. He now considers you a formidable fisher.
Oh, hello again. I truly can't thank you enough. The samples you provided me have allowed me to make incredible progress in my next work. As it happens, I actually just decided on the next specimen I'd like to ask you to procure. You see, I've essentially completed my analysis of the current surrounding Thabner. I must say, it's been most enlightening. Next, I would ask you to travel to a place where we have no pre-existing data. Wit, I mean to research the currents in Coeurl. We've been able to set foot in the region till now, which means that gathering data there could lead to a truly revolutionary discovery. After all, we still have no idea how the underwater ether currents there are connected with those in other regions. Well, looking data from years past, it won't be such a simple task to identify the changes that have occurred over the decades. I do, however, have an idea how we can get around that. The answer, my friend, is shellfish. Studying the growth lines in the shell should allow us to draw some conclusions about how their habitat has changed over time. With regard to producing personnel's terms, we come to the conclusion that garland clams would be specifically suitable as a research specimen. You'll be able to task of catching some for me. I'm just saying, leave it to me. Wonderful. I'm quite confident the quality data for Coeurl is what will allow my thesis to truly begin to take shape. Yes, I also claim snakes in abundance in Maribon camp in broken glass, and that leeches are particularly effective in luring them up from the water's bottom. Pray forgive me asking you to travel such a perilous location. Please, do whatever you must to stay safe. Gotta dress for the occasion, gotta put in a sweater. And we're gonna have to look for a watering hole around here. There it is.
Alright, back to old Charlene.
Any luck finding those clams? As I mentioned, you should be able to find them in abundance right around Camp Broken Glass, and don't forget to bring a healthy supply of leeches. I've heard that Garlemald continues to be a most volatile and perilous place. I admire your courage, friend. You've been worn out from my ether sickness. I doubt I could work up the nerve to go there myself.
Before we do that, we have to go ahead and empty out our scripts.
You've done it! And what a remarkable sample it is! My colleagues will be burning with envy when they hear I've obtained a specimen from Garlemald. How can I even begin to express my gratitude? Oh, you might be wondering who this is. My research has been progressing so well of late I brought a few of my students to serve as assistants and help me analyze all this data. At any rate, I cannot thank you enough for braving such hostile environments for the sake of my life's work. No one in my field has had the chance to obtain substantial data from Garlemald until now. Hope no understatement to say your contribution is historic. And needless to say, this puts even more pressure on me to deliver my thesis. Oh dear, my stomach's starting to feel queasy just thinking about it.
Ah, Teloko, would you believe you're the talk of the studium? Even the senior faculty can scarcely wait to hear what you're able to glean about the ether currents of Garlemald.
Oh, Professor, yes, it's all thanks to Kahori here. Without her aid, I never could have procured this most invaluable specimen.
Indeed, truly I haven't seen such a partnership between scholar and gleaner bear such fruit so swiftly in a very long time.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of gleaning, I'm going to tell everything I learned from the clams you brought. Police report that analyzing Garland clams appears to have been the right call. Examining the gold lines, I was able to find specimens as old as 97 years, giving almost a full century of data to analyze. By far, the most interesting thing around so far is the reverse correlation between the ether levels of Thavna and those in Garlemald. Those say over periods of time when the ether concentration was 9 near Thavna, it was low in Garlemald. The reverse was also true.
I see that bit of evidence will seem to corroborate your hypothesis that the planet's ether currents move in tandem with each other.
sure to manage to collect data from more regions still. I expect you may be able to accurately predict changes in fish population across the world. This would have remarkable implications for the future of the fishing trade.
I was thinking the very same, Professor. Nothing would give me greater joy than my research would bring out a tangible improvement in people's lives. For meeting you, I never dreamed of making it this far, but now I feel more confident than ever that I'll be able to prove my hypothesis one day. Why, I will see my completed thesis in my mind's eye, but I cannot afford to get too complacent just yet. The most important work remains to be done.
I am pleased to see that all is progressing well. Yet, do not be surprised if there comes a time when Tlaqua's resolve as a researcher is tested. A time when he is forced to consider what it is that truly drives him to engage in his work, for such times come to all scholars, no matter how naturally gifted they may be. Should Tlaquo find himself at an impasse, can I trust you to lend him your support when I need it the most? It would mean the world to him and to me. Tlaquo is overjoyed with your efforts. He now considers you a seasoned fisher.
Thanks to your most selfless contributions, I draw closer and closer to proving my hypothesis correct. But the cleaners have also been helping me by continuing to find specimens for me in calmer waters. But I would gather data from further and further afield, which is, of course, where you come in.
Professor! Obviously, it's not like you get so excited. Whatever is the matter?
Oh, but I haven't introduced you yet, have I? This is Abrasi, one of my new research assistants. She's been a great help in analyzing all the data we've collected.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, but there's no time for pleasantries. A whale has somehow wandered its way into Scholar's Harbor. The Harbor Master suggests you come and assist the situation with all haste.
Oh dear, I suppose we must be in a hurry then. My apologies, but seems our work will have to wait till later. Let me know, would you accompany me to the harbor? Your insight into the situation could prove most valuable.
And it's back to Scholar's Harbor. Let's see what's going on.
That's a breed that the North Seas calls the North Sea's home. It's all especially rare to see them on the coast, but I never heard of one coming so close to land as this.
It's been strange. It doesn't appear to be wounded, nor have been any novel storms of late. Whatever might have caused it to veer so far off its normal course?
Yes, indeed. At any rate, we need to move it on to one of our facilities so it's kept separate to its wounds. You may haven't studied more. I suppose we should check his ether levels as well. Waiting for me, oversee.
Of course, Professor.
This will be quite the undertaking. My apologies, but our project will have to wait a while longer. Let's reconvene back at Searcher Suite and discuss the matter further.
Oh, hello there. I'm very sorry for keeping you waiting. We just finished studying to the creature's ailments and doing some preliminary analysis.
As we suspected, the whale has sustained major injuries, however, it does seem to be suffering from severe ether sickness and is highly disoriented as a result. Needless to say, I can sympathize.
The creature's ether levels was a cause of concern, which would explain why one is somewhere so far from its usual habitat. That said, we're still none the wiser as to what caused all of this.
Yushitaka. Oh, and Kahori, what a pleasant surprise. I've heard all about your predicament with the wayward whale.
Master Keat, would be low the pleasure.
Simply hoping to pick your brains about something I imagine is related to your line of work. Around the same time your larger than life friend wandered to the harbor, a veritable legion of fish washed ashore near the land, near the experimental etherite.
That sounds too familiar to be a mere coincidence. Curious behavior by aquatic life has been known to portend natural disasters. Yes, this strikes me as very much related to my studies. Said, nothing I've gleaned thus far suggests that ether currents can change so drastically as to inflict nearby creatures with ether sickness. All I have observed suggests that the currents of the planet follow a simple and regular rhythm, unlike the tides. Indeed, the entirety of my research up until now has been focused on proving this point. There's been a sudden disturbance in the underwater ether currents. It takes some time to determine the cause. I seem to have tended the whale. Oh, when will I have time to return to my thesis?
As with the whale, the stream has been announced that we are dispatching a vessel to research the ether currents it sees in Charlotte. One bit of any of us such incidents can occur after all. I wish to guess that you linked to events, as Mr. Keats suggested. Perhaps we should pay a visit to the Tavner. A nice suggestion. You could with the help of one of our colleagues over there. Oh, wait a minute. I believe you have the perfect one for the job right here.
Sure, I'll go to Thavner.
As generous and dependable as ever. Yes, I knew you'd be up to the task.
I would accompany Kahori. You would?
When was the last time you reinvented outside the stadium's grounds? That's not important.
Kahori's prescribed a limb to help me in my research. I just can't have me all the hard work to her.
But Professor, going to Thavner means you would have to travel via the Etherite, or by ship. Not that you'd handle that any better.
You don't have to tell me that. Still, time's of the essence. Besides,
And that would be truly respected as a researcher if I go out and get my hands dirty from time to time. I have to let my fears rule me far too long. Today is the day I conquer them.
Well, it's clear not going to change your mind. At least try not to cause Kahori too much trouble.
Though you mention it, I hadn't consulted you in the matter. Kahori, do you mind if I join you this time? Fantastic. In that case, I shall see you in the mat. Kahori? Is that you?
Ah, so do you know this fellow? This poor man was so ill I thought he might die. I didn't believe anyone could suffer from such severe ether sickness if I hadn't seen it myself.
Glad you were here to see me really after I arrived. It was even less than a pretty sad what you witnessed at the ether I passed back in Shirley and... And don't even get me started on the most ghastly visions I saw.
Call the story said dancing, singing, spinning, 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 all spinning. There's make it stop! I suggest you lie down for a while still, friend. It was so long ago that you were convulsing on the ground, breathing up some ghastly bile.
You're right, my friend. My apologies for making you worry so. I'm truly sorry about this, Kahori. Might you be so kind as to ask around while I rest here a bit more?
Oh, you think this is a lot of fish? You should have been here earlier. There's a massive improvement, believe you me. No time to rest though. They start rotting, the stench alone will be enough to make the whole town ill. What's especially bizarre is that these fish normally stay away from land altogether, except when they go up rivers to lay their eggs, that is. Anyhow, I've never seen or smelled anything like it in my life, and I hope I never do it again.
This one here, so before we we're just gonna go ahead and
Collect that vista on the way.
I've never seen anything like it. Entire schools of fish suddenly washing up ashore. There's so many you couldn't see a single grain of sand. Officials have their hands full trying to clean the mess even as we speak. Troubling, we have no idea what caused it. It's not as if anything ominous occurred to prevent such an event, but the night before was peaceful as always, the full moon shining bright in the night sky.
Figure. Let's find this other person. Now that you mention it, there was one thing on the ordinary earlier the day before the fish appeared. The river that runs in from the shroud of the Samga was swelling like mad. The seawater flowed back into the river,
And some say they saw it carrying fish deep into the woods. My apologies for making you go alone, Frank. Still can't quite stand up straight. I feel much better than when I arrived. Tubby, were you able to learn anything of interest from the townspeople? A full moon the night before, and a strong tide flowing up into the river. It would seem this is what we call a tidal bore. The fact that these fish are typically not seen near the coast is strangely reminiscent of our whale problem as well. No, this cannot be mere coincidence. The matter of these fish were supposedly carried upstream into the woods intrigues me as well. Assuming they're still alive, they would provide much more useful data than those rotting corpses on the beach. If we were to analyze them and find them in a similar etheric state as the whale in Charlene, we could simply conclude that both events were caused by the same, or at least a similar, phenomenon. I'm terribly sorry to impose upon you again, but could you go catch those fish for me? They might very well be the key to solving this mystery. From the fisherman's description, as from the stream he said, I suspect we're looking for Alnaran salmon. If so, those leeches, using the clams of Coeurl, should serve you well again here. Yesaroda. There. Right there. It's just south of Palakistan. And we just need to catch one. Mark for the quest one and well detected. Hello to post, but you must go into the woods to catch those fish for me. I didn't come all this way to just get myself sick. I must solve this mystery. Oh, thank the gods. Thank you, my friend. I hate to go home with nothing but the memory of the worst bout of ether sickness ever. I'm happy to report that I also made some progress myself. I had a word with the alchemists who helped me, and turns out they have a keen interest in ether as well. We had an exchange of views that was most stimulating. I might not have to do much while here, but I'm glad I made the effort to leave the studio for once. Now, it's time we return so I can make use of this new knowledge and analyze the samples you so kindly reeled in for me. Alas, for me I need to use that god's experimental etherite to travel back, and the etherite is still an etherite. Heavens have mercy. Good to see you return. Needless to say, the trip was a rough one for me. The wheel wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as that dreadful experimental etherite. Just as I finished analyzing the fish you got down there, as expected, the ether levels are almost identical to those of the wayward whale.
So you believe a sudden change in the concentration of ether in nearby currents caused them to completely alter their behavior?
Precisely. I said the change was of such magnitude I would struggle to explain it with my own initial hypothesis of etheric tides. On the contrary, such sudden changes are possible. We have to reconsider my premise altogether. Moreover, we can't safely return the whale to the sea until we know precisely what is at the root of this problem.
Might the tidal bore hold the answer?
Yes, I do remember considering that when you shared the people's tales with me.
We posit the underwater ether currents are affected by the moon, much as the tide itself is, that any sudden change in the moon's state would naturally affect underwater ether levels as well.
Recent changes in the moon. By the scholar, that's it. The destruction of Zodiac would have freed an unfathomable amount of ether from within the moon. It'd be only logical this had an impact on the underwater ether currents. If this is the explanation, my initial theory may not be viable. This recent outpouring of ether being the exception that proves the rule. We will need to watch closely for any similar incidents in the near future.
Ah, Talakwa, word has it you braved the journey by just do some fieldwork in Thabner. Did you find aught of interest there? I see. A word of advice, if I may. Any researcher which has salt must be prepared to rethink and validate the theories when presented with new evidence. Have you given any thought to how you might adapt yours?
My initial theory was to a degree predicated on the existence of Zodiac. Now that he is no more, I'm not exactly sure how we might... Unless we could... Yes, that's it. We could examine a species altogether more ancient, from a time when the heavens were pure Zodiac, and other entities of high etheric concentration.
Professor, please. This is no time for idle jests. I'm being particularly serious.
I have a complete confidence that Kahori here will be able to find what you require.
I do not doubt your skills, but even Professor Plinius will find specimens of species that doubtless died out ages ago.
Oh, ye of little faith, our friend is more than up to task. Isn't that so, Kahori?
Now that's the spirit of Aqua. A good scholar must consider every possible option, even those that might seem impossible. Keep pondering the matter, and I have no doubt you'll arrive at an answer ere long.
Oh, hello there. I've been racking my brains trying to come up with new ideas. Alas, nothing has come to me thus far. No matter how much I ponder, I keep coming back to the same thought. I have to get my hands on some specimens from time before Zodiac came to be. So we can accept that all the work we have put to confirming my theory might amount to naught in the end. You know what? Give me any idea you've got, no matter how outlandish it may seem. Please, Kahori, I'm in dire need of inspiration. So all you need is ancient fish, right? Oh, but wait, you truly mean it? As a scholar, I would love to probe deeper into the details how exactly you mean to do this, but this is hardly time for idle chatter. If you can indeed procure the sample of me, I beg of you, please do it. Why, this could be the solution to what I thought an insurmountable problem. I'll able to examine ancient specimens as a common traits of creatures today. Read through Professor Nell's tomes, I remember thinking that a species called the Smaragdus would be perfect. I know not where you mean to find them, but I wish you safety and good fortune in your journey, Kahori. Use a sky spoon lure to lure fish some smaragdus from Leaf in Epis, delve into Lakatia. Sky spoon lure. Well, first we're gonna have to buy that, won't we? Let's go ahead and head over to Ultra. And the destination is Lathe. First off, we're gonna go ahead and take care of our retainers.
Ironically, the fishing spot is near Pandemonium. I caught that 5. That's a new achievement.
Someday, when I'm done with my thesis, you will have to tell me all about how you seemingly can do the impossible. Are my eyes to be believed? An actual Smaragdos, and it's even more impressive than anything I saw in my books. I know not how you accomplished this, Kahori, but you have my eternal gratitude. Oh, Kahori, I've just finished my preliminary analysis of Smaragdos and, needless to say, it has proved truly fascinating. Incidentally, I recently overheard some of the senior members of faculty discussing the days before the world was sundered. This led me to be wondering just how far back you traveled. I've long heard rumors of a collective of goblin scientists who are attempting to traverse the fabric of time itself. To be honest, I just thought it a mere jest. But is it possible that you use such a method to journey into the past yourself? But I will not ask you to reveal your secrets, not now. You will provide me with exactly what needs to break this impasse in my research, and I must seize the opportunity. At any rate, examining the relative states of the Smaragdo scales appears quite evident that the levels of ether in the underwater currents fluctuate regularly, even those pre-Zodiac days. Also, the shifts in concentration appear much gentler compared to the present day. I suspect the inflated ether levels of the moon caused by the presence of Zodiac are the key to explaining this change. But simply, these recent incidents have a manifestation of ether levels returning to how they once were so very long ago. Frankly, I should be elated. This effectively proves my hypothesis correct. However, something does not sit right with me. I must do more than just justify what's happening. How can I sit around here in my office, poring over specific atoms? These poor sea creatures are suffering. The next whale might very well come ashore to its doom like the fish in Thavner. Oh, thank you for coming, personnel. I'm pleased to say that with Kahori itself, I believe I'll finally be able to finish my thesis.
Is this to say you're truly able to obtain a specimen from ancient times? Impressive. Yes, most impressive indeed. Truth be told, the senior faculty student have been aware of this form of travel for some time now. Sadly, as much as I argued your case, I was strictly forbidden from granting you access to it. Fortunately, you are able to have Kahori at your side with your diligence and aptitude and her unparalleled gleaning skills, expecting greater and greater things from your thesis.
I knew it. So I promote full professorship. I might gain access to that knowledge as well. Then I must work even harder toward that goal. Yet, at the same time, I found myself with a dilemma. Is it not selfish of me to focus the time on my own research at a time like this? Is it not my duty as a scholar to help in a more concrete manner?
Very astute questions, those, and questions for which you must find your own answer. Of course, now an objective you are to publish your findings. You've done more than enough to support the up-and-coming research at the studium. Your work will doubtless prove a fine starting point for any who wish to explore the subject further. The brilliant academics are driven wholly by their own curiosity, who devote their entire lives to their studies and research for its own sake. However, there is also demand for another type of researcher, one who uses their findings to seek out tangible solutions to the problems of our world. Your research has brought you face to face with innocent creatures in peril and united you with a brave companion who has traveled to the edge of the world and beyond. For you, it is a surprise that you might find new motivation from their presence. Yet at the end of the day, it is your choice to make. You must decide what inspires you most as a scholar. That is all I can say.
As always, Professor Nell has given me much to ponder. Up until now, I simply enjoyed solving the mysteries of the world in my research. Only now I've begun to realize there may be more to it than that. Forgive me. I'd like to consider the matter further. Might I be able to count on your aid again once my mind is made up? I swear, I feel there are no limits to what I might achieve as long as you're by my side.
But he has filled your efforts. He now considers you a fantastic fisher.
Kahori, always a pleasure to see you. I fear I haven't quite made up my mind regarding the issue we discussed last time. Please don't be overly concerned. I fully intend to finish writing my thesis for the upcoming conference. At the same time, I can't stop thinking about what Professor Nell said. In fact, I was just thinking I'd enter tranquility to be alone with my thoughts for a while. Would you mind joining me a bit later? An exchange of ideas might do me well.
Gonna take a little bit of a quick pit stop. We are gonna grab a few more tomes. We have 33, so we're probably gonna put one away. So we're gonna get 2 more. We can get 2 more tomes from this. We're gonna take a quick stop over at Reds.
Oh, thank you for coming. Do you recall how Professor Nell encouraged me to consider what path would most inspire me? I was thinking over and it occurred to me, when I had met you, I doubtless would have continued with my ether sickness as an excuse to stay cooped up in the studio forever, like I was succumbed to the weight of expectations and queued up my research entirely. Thanks to you, however, I was able to obtain the data I long sought. Now my thesis is nearly complete. For that you have my eternal thanks. Yet I'm now struck with the broad feeling that I must do more. I must seek even greater heights. I suspect my colleagues would laugh me out of the room if they heard this, but I'm going to obtain data from the moon itself. If only I can get my hands on that, I'm confident I might find a way to stabilize the ether currents, and in doing so save the poor creatures of the sea from their suffering. Yes, this is no time to rest on my laurels. There's so much more that must be done. Of course, I'll be able to accomplish this on my own. We'll see. Will you lend your help one last time? Oh, thank you. I promise that this will be the last request I make of you. That's precisely what I would procure. This is where it gets a bit complicated. Normally reference the tomes in Numenon. As one might expect, none of them cover the ecosystem of the moon. Perhaps I seek advice with those who reside in Mare Lamentorum. If anyone could tell you what's worth catching, I suppose it would be them. In the meantime, I shall focus on writing my thesis. I cannot wait to see what sort of exotic specimen you find for me this time. Perhaps one of the knowledgeable law poets of Best Ways Borough could point you in the right direction. We're gonna need a proper gear for that. Alright, let's head over to the burrow.
Well, hello there, Kahori. Whatever brings you here today? You don't say. That strikes me as a rather curious thing to be researching, but to each their own, I suppose. At any rate, I do believe the most representative specimen of the aquatic ecosystem here is a fish we call the lunar lamenter. They're quite plentiful in the waters of Vallis vulnerus. They're known to have a fondness for grey worms, which we suspect is one reason they taste so atrocious. Believe me, you won't find any of our chefs complaining. You take home your fair share. That said, it's most surprising to hear that the destruction of Zodiac has impacted you also. Do be careful down there, yes?
We have to get grey worms, and we have to catch a lunar lamenter. Vallis vulnerus. It's right here. And we have to catch one of these things. So we may end up catching fish that is not the one we need. But that is the mark right here.
You're back. I'd love nothing more than for you to regale me with tales of the moon. Before that, do I smell what I think I smell? Incredible. So this is the sort of creature that dwells in the lunar seas. I can't wait to dig in and start examining it. Well, there's no telling till I see the data. I'm quite confident that this discovery will allow me to revise my theory and complete my thesis. I'll be making my presentation at the phenomenon, but to be honest, I've never been very good at talking in front of the senior faculty. Might you be so kind as to come sit in the audience? Just knowing that I had a friend among the audience would go a long way to putting my heart at ease. Normally only the faculty and students are allowed to attend such events, but I'll have the word with the administrators. Given all you've contributed to my research, I can see no reason you shouldn't be permitted to attend. Oh, you must be Professor Telakaktia's guest. Please go right in. I do believe your friend's presentation is about to get underway. Thank you for assembling here today, everyone. I'm Telakaktia, an associate professor here in the faculty of Anthropology, and today I would like to present some recent findings for research on ether currents. My presentation is called Ether Tide, on the waxing and waning of ether levels in underwater currents. Simply put, my hypothesis was thus: the world's underwater ether ebb and flow in tandem. When the concentration ether drops in one area, it rises in another. This phenomenon repeats itself periodically. Why did I believe this was so? And never was I able to accumulate sufficient data to prove it for certain. This all changed recently, thanks to the talents of a truly remarkable gleaner, who risked life and limb to gather the samples I needed. In the course of my research, however, I also discovered many things which I had never imagined at the outset. First and foremost among these was the ether zodiac exerted upon these self-same currents. Now, as you all know, zodiacs no more. Such ether levels have temporarily fluctuated across our entire star, as the etheric state of our world gradually was adjusted to how it was in the days before zodiac came into being. Having had the fortune recently to analyze some samples obtained from the lunar surface, it has become apparent that this fluctuation in ether levels was at its most dramatic during a full moon. We have reason to suspect that the recent incident with the wayward whale was also caused by the self-same phenomenon. In other words, a sudden change in the local ether levels caused it to suffer from symptoms akin to severe ether sickness. Needless to say, this will be all mere speculation, not corroborated by concrete data. To that end, kindly turn to page 14 of the booklets I've handed out and take a moment to peruse the chart on that page.
Quite fascinating. Many scholars suddenly stick to their initial convictions by the circumstances, but you have clearly taken the most recent developments into consideration, fleshing out your thesis. Admirable indeed.
You're so kind, Professor, and yet there's more I would share. Realizing among findings in combination with some alchemical techniques I learned from my colleagues at Thana, I do believe I've crafted a spell that might help to stabilize the underwater ether currents. Most of my academic findings believe this to be my greatest accomplishment. Isolating the relationship between the moon and the underwater ether currents was an important first step, no doubt, but helping those suffering creatures will be of far greater import in the end.
Our planet is currently in a state of transition. I suspect the imbalance in ether levels will continue for quite a while still. And so I intend to do everything in my power to minimize the effects of this on both beast and man until our etheric environment stabilizes and returns to normal.
Thank you, Talakatia. We shall inform you of variation in due time. In the meanwhile, please continue to attend to that poor beast in harbor. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Professor.
There you are. I still have to tell you about Endwalkers. My colleagues couldn't stop praising my thesis, and to say I could never have gotten this day without your help would be an understatement. I'll have secured more funding in my research, but I've also been promoted to a full-fledged tenured professor. Simply can't believe the day has come that I can wear this prestigious gown. I dreamed of this since the very first day I set foot in the studium. Looks good on you. Oh, you're far too kind. I still have a long way to go before I be worthy of this garment with that, see, Professor Nell is.
I always believe in Tiaka's potential, but I dare say we've been hard-pressed to fulfill it by not for fortuitous meeting with you, Kahori. For that, I too owe you my thanks.
Oh, and this is neither here nor there really, but I received some rather delightful news recently from the Faculty of Medicine. See, the professor there who's researching methods for treating the well has developed an experimental medicine that can lessen the effects of ether sickness. Even more fortunately, it's said to work even better on men than on beasts. Yes, with this new medicine at my disposal, I can finally take responsibility for my own field work, stop forcing generous cleaners such as yourself to travel in my stead. Just think of all the places I'll go. Distant lands, the open sea, why maybe even the moon. I simply can't wait to really stretch my legs and explore the world. And with that, I'd best be off, but this is farewell, not by a long shot. I have no doubt our paths will cross again somewhere upon some distant sea. Thank you once again for everything, my friend. I'm standing here in this new gown, but to be honest, it still hasn't all sunk in.
Congratulations, Talakatia. You've come far indeed. You've earned every bit of it through your diligence and dedication. And I'm glad for it. For now, I've seen you realize the potential I always knew you had. I can finally retire with my heart at ease.
Retire? Professor Nell, what are you saying?
No need to act so surprised because it's been quite some time now. I'm no spring chicken, and there's no little reason for me to cling to my position when promising researchers like you wait in the wings. Of course, I'll do share my experiences with you, so desire, but find that which most inspires you presenting all your body and soul. This is something you must do for yourself. I have already imparted all I can. You were able to find this in yourself, no small part of your chance to encounter Kahori. I was happy to be there with you along the way, but I dare say you will fare well enough without me.
But, Professor,
The future of Anthropology is bright indeed, as long as Lungtowns like yourself can do your research here. And so I very much look forward to hearing your myriad achievements as I enjoy my golden years. If you have a need of conversation, pray visit and be amused by the mysteries of the world, not as teacher and student, but as colleagues and friends.
that would be delightful, Professor. Could I ask for a greater party gift than your vote of confidence? And thank you once again, Kahori. I will continue my message here as a student, so do stop by whenever you would care to talk Ethereology with a friend. Likewise, look forward to hearing more about your adventures in the far-flung lands you've been exploring. Perhaps you happen to come across any exotic species of fish. Could you snag one of them too for me, just for old time's sake?
Alcatia could not be happier with your efforts. He now considers you a master fisher. Using all the best, name's Coeurl has something she'd like to ask of you. Pay a visit to Searcher's Meet should you wish to hear her out. Sufficient data. Oh, we're gonna go start with the quest that we began with. Let's go ahead and head over to Coeurl to wrap this up.
Oh, Kahori, just what I was looking for. I wish to thank you for helping students and staff from the various faculties. Their work has become the talk of the studium. You made a real difference. Actually, we're here. There's a pressing matter I wish to discuss. I began the meeting going in concert of your work, not the official studio as well as an audience. Would you be able to spare time to speak with him? Wonderful. Let's head to Learner's Meet. Describe it any moment now. Succeed. My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Before we proceed, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the studio for all you've done to aid our faculty and students. By the source of it, they made remarkable findings, one and all. That is why I would hold an assembly where we discuss the overarching impact of their research.
Such gatherings are academia involved in advances. The shared knowledge of our books, be they successes or failures, that all may strive to improve.
Precisely, knowledge begets knowledge. Amassing and finding findings across the fields of leads to the creation of entirely new disciplines, one of the very reasons for which the studio was founded. Which brings me to the last reason why I asked you here. I might prevail upon you to speak with the faculty and invite them to this meeting.
My pleasure.
Excellent! I can think of no one better suited to the task. You are, after all, a key factor in all their successes. Splendid. You have my thanks.
Oh, that's it then. You shouldn't rush to deliver these invitations. Please speak with faculty and students in your own time. When you finish, return here and I'll see you rating the chamber for the meeting. We're gonna go in the order that we worked on.
Kahori, what a pleasant surprise. Would you care for a quick meal last stand to commemorate our reunion? Well, that sounds wonderful. It would be an honor to attend. I may never have a better opportunity for my peers of the benefits of fine dining. Perhaps if I had Professor Galvarosh a few boys from the last stand to prepare samples of Mervyn bread for those in attendance. In any case, there's much I must do to prepare. Till then, Kahori.
Oh, Kahori, I must admit, I didn't expect to see you here again. I see. I have certainly heard of such events, though I never dared dream such as myself would be invited to one.
Don't tell me you're going cold feet already. The Jude I knew would relish such a challenge.
Perhaps you're right, Jeremiah. This will be the very opportunity to demonstrate what boon the Star Lens could be to the academic community. Or then, Jimmy and I will set to work preparing a presentation at once.
Well, look what he is. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oh, that sounds lovely.
At long last, your research will receive the recognition it deserves. Oh, Professor!
Oh, Boric, stop. I understand how you feel, but this is no time for tears. Professor AMANO will sure attend as well. I guess not. I'll have a word with him, so we can prepare a suitable compilation of our works. Kahori, it's so good to see you. Lest you wonder, Professor Tanaka and I are doing quite well. What do we owe the pleasure of the visit? Is that so? I suppose the professor and I could share what we learned with the various cultures to be emulated. When I think of it, you'd share news of our union either. The proposal so sudden we said they had time to invite any of the faculty and hold the reception. All the more reason we should attend. We'll be there, absolutely. Professor Tankin should be most glad to hear about this.
Why, what a surprise! Don't tell me, you come with a souvenir from some far-flung land? Oh, first I am promoted to tenured professor, then this momentous opportunity presents itself to me. Of course I shall attend. For enough of you, I have never proven my theory, and I would be a fool to overtake a chance to present my findings. Yes, a bold first step in honoring Professor Nell's legacy.
Welcome back. Well, what do they say? Very good. You have all worked so very hard, so I can see their efforts will be rewarded. The summit will be held at Aporia and Labyrinthos. I have no doubt they would all be glad for your attendance, so please do stop by if you have time. Oh, before I forget, Scholar requested you be treated to a meal at the last stand, and thanks for your help. As there's still time for the set to begin, would you care to go now? To the last stand, then. I hope you don't mind, but I already ordered for the both of us. The meal was meant to be for you alone, but should the scholar will forgive me for partaking of his generosity. It's true. My sister has the diet of a savage. But rock-hard bread and wildflowers day in and day out.
Forgive the interruption, but how we met? I swear you're spitting image of one of those intrepid adventurers that visited the moon. Oh, I knew it. The name's Searching Way, by the way. Seeker of knowledge and all things curious.
Elaborate. Why, I'm the most adorable creature to be picking up when those up and fuzzy your ears are. May I?
I can't remember my ears. Honest, I wish you people. Very well, you may rub my ears, but I must insist on something in exchange.
Well, some of Finance academics will be gathering to party. I no doubt they have curious and otherwise intriguing things to talk about.
I see. I asked the reason for this meeting of minds.
To share their research. Perhaps further explanation is in order.
The greatest minds of Ethereals come together to share heretofore unknown knowledge that really does sound intriguing and would allow me to observe this gathering.
You would first need permission from a scholar like Monteshine, but
Then what are we waiting for? Where's this Scarlet Munchkin?
it's Scarlet Monteshine. Please bear in mind there's a chance he may refuse you. Still, as you know, I'm asking. You go to Learner's Meet, I will have him to meet us there.
Splendid. Let's help you with that.
Right, I better go and hold on a moment. I never got to rub his ears.
Eh.
Right, we have to go back to the studio. All the way over there, huh?
Ah, Kahori. What is it you wish to discuss?
Searching we're here is very keen to attend the forthcoming meeting you've arranged with the faculty and students.
I came to Ethereal research as curious and wondrous. It makes us both new version, what more special knowledge.
I should certainly hope so. Charlotte's known as a great deal of knowledge, and the studio is foremost of its many academies. It's an honor and privilege to encourage the scholarly pursuits of students, faculty both. Their shared insights giving rise to heretofore unseen disciplines and fields of study.
This sounds absolutely fascinating. Oh, please, sir, may I attend this academic meeting of yours?
By all means. The more the merrier, I say.
Thank you, Scholar Monteshine. Of all the relevant parties of his attendance, the seat has clearance to Labyrinthos.
Thank you, my dear. To declare such a way as a kindred spirit with passion for learning, I cannot very well deny him the opportunity to sate his curiosity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You haven't much time to see us get underway. Let's get going, shall we?
Absolutely amazing. I have most certainly come to the right place.
I trust the proceedings were to your liking.
Oh, it was magnificent. There's so much of love and attempted to see Ethereus. So much to learn. Although you mentioned how they create new disciplines by sharing, does this mean you might have all these people working together in the future?
I do indeed. That's precisely why I suggested this meeting of minds in the first place. The exchange of knowledge and ideas will invariably lead to ever greater discoveries.
So then how are you exactly planning to combine their fields? They seem entirely unrelated to me.
Any thoughts? Given all you've seen, I imagine you've seen an idea or two as to further advance their work.
The great unknowns of the universe.
Oh ho! You've touched on the very heart of learning, my friend. The desire to conquer the unknown is the first step to all great discoveries. And I dare say there's no greater unknown than the great expanse. Well said, Scholar Montaigne.
We too have been giving thought as to what our combined efforts might accomplish.
It's going to be that by applying first to Delacour's reason the theory currents of the data obtained beyond starlands, it will be possible to discover other stars capable of supporting life. And we need to stop there. Thanks to what done here in Labyrinthos, we could travel to other stars as possible. With sufficient stores of Mervyn bread, we could surely weather the journey, however long it may be.
A marvelous idea. The Golden Yata should prove useful should we require the translation of other foreign languages may we encounter there among the stars.
And if we can communicate with those we encounter, then we'll be able to share cultures with them. We can leave the part to Professor Tankin and me.
Although you're working together, your chances of getting together for undiscovered intelligent life are better than good, I'd say. But what would you say if you met them?
I tell him about what Medion was searching for.
That's it! Medion was sent out to explore the stars and search for the meaning of life. Sadly, he wrote this quest letter to the very depths of despair. But you could do things differently. You could always spread the word that hope yet lives on.
Most admirable endeavor, and who better than we to see it through? After all, not even the final days who has used the fame of life on this star.
That was brilliant. Part of me is glad it's finally over, though. Organizing everything was no mean feat. More importantly, I can't quite believe your offhand suggestion is effectively create an entirely new academic field. I suppose if anyone should be taken seriously on the subject of seeking out the unknown, then it's you. It's rather exciting to think I might someday help in the exploration of the stars. Anyway, thank you for everything, Kahori. Oh, but wait! We're searching way. Let's delete out those adorable little ears of his. Overeducated. And we have our golden Yada minion. Let's show you this minion, which is number 378 in Kahori's collection. And that's it for the live stream. This is day 9 of Endwalking with you. Studium quest for Final Fantasy XIV patch 6.x Endwalker. I'm Bongo Boy Punctor, the kid that keeps on giving, your narrator for this broadcast. If you like what you see in this broadcast, hit the follow button in your Twitch player and the subscribe button on YouTube. This is going to be archived to YouTube channel after the stream concludes. Our next scheduled live stream is going to be the next seasonal event, Kahori's sister. Like he had already done the All Saints Wake, and now it's going to be Alba Suzuka's turn to do Valentine's Day. That's going to be in February. On behalf of everyone at the Okamiro Free Company of Coeurl, Coeurl World, Crystal Data Center, and Final Fantasy XIV, may you ever walk in the light and darkness of the crystal. It's bye for now. Good night.